Just as freshman Lin Chen was preparing to start college, he activated a wealth system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You had a meal alone with the campus beauty. Reward, 1 Lamborghini Veneno. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful face slap. Reward, 51% shares in Louis Vuitton. Before even graduating, Lin Chen was already at the peak of life. As a college student who hasn't even graduated, it's only reasonable for me to be the richest person in the country, right? Lin Chen murmured. Chapter 1 System Binding, Generous Novice Gift Pack. Today is the first day for freshmen to register at Suzhou University. On the roadside, a handsome boy wearing a white shirt and dark blue jeans was standing on the roadside dragging a suitcase. Why haven't you got a taxi yet? I'm so tired. Lin Chen said speechlessly as he watched the waiting time for Xiaozhou taxi on his phone reach 10 minutes. Lin Chen cancelled all other prices at the time and kept the cheapest one. It stands to reason that Jiangfu City is so prosperous here, so it shouldn't be difficult to get a taxi, right? Lin Chen looked at the prompt on his phone that reminded him to increase the price to get a taxi faster. His fingers paused for a long time. Just as he was about to tick a few more options, a series of prompts came from his mind. Ding! System binding is successful. System novice rewards are now being issued. Congratulations to their host for winning a Ferrari SF90. Congratulations to their host for winning a single-family villa in Magnolia Courtyard No. 1. Do you want to receive the system reward now? What is it? Lin Chen was startled by the sudden system prompt, but as a young man in the 21st century, he still knows the system very well. System. Is it the day for me, Lin Chen, to turn over a new leaf? Lin Chen is extremely excited at this moment. Ferrari SF90? It must be worth several million, right? And this single-family villa, in Jiangfu City, it must be worth at least 10 or 20 million, right? Do you want to receive the system reward? Yes, yes, yes. Come and receive it for me. Congratulations to their host for receiving the Ferrari SF90 successfully. The staff has driven it to their host's location, please wait patiently. Congratulations to their host for receiving the single-family villa No. 1 in Magnolia Courtyard. The rewards issued by the system will be delivered to their host in a reasonable way, please feel free to use it. Lin Chen jumped up excitedly. This overwhelming wealth really fell on him. A young girl with fashionable and heavy makeup walked past Lin Chen and was startled by Lin Chen's sudden action. She looked at Lin Chen's simple clothes with disdain, and noticed that there was a high-speed rail station next to her. Country bumpkin, you can be so excited just to come to Jiangfu City. Lin Chen looked embarrassed, but after all, he was too excited just now and his movements were a bit big. Miss, it's really my fault, sorry Tilda. Who are you calling miss? Do you have any manners? You're a country bumpkin who was born by your mother but not raised by her. The woman was furious when she heard Lin Chen call her miss. Lin Chen's face darkened instantly. His parents lost their jobs due to the environmental transformation in 2018. For his study and mortgage, they had to work in an electronics factory. They worked hard every day to pay for his tuition and living expenses, and even bought the house for him. They said it would be easier for him to marry a wife in the future. So even though his family was poor, he never envied others. Therefore, family members were also Lin Chen's Achilles heel. Can you be more virtuous? Did you eat some shit this morning and forget to brush your teeth? It's really like a knife cutting your butt. I'm glad you opened your eyes. You, a grown man, bully a weak woman like me. Seeing Lin Chen's fierce attack, the young woman rolled her eyes and immediately played the moral card and waved her fist. Because it was near the high-speed railway station, there were many people around. According to their nature of watching the excitement, people around gathered around. The young girl became more arrogant when she saw so many people around her. You scold me like this, if you don't apologize to me today, don't think about leaving. I apologize to you? Why should I apologize to you? Because you have more pockmarks on your face than my hair. Lin Chen said disdainfully. You. The young girl was so angry that she couldn't speak when she saw Lin Chen dare to scold her like this under the gaze of so many people. Young man, it's wrong for you to scold people. An old lady couldn't stand it anymore. When people around saw someone come forward first, they also blamed Lin Chen. When Lin Chen was a child, he grew up with his grandmother. He used to see his grandmother fighting against 3 people in the village without losing. Since then, Lin Chen learned how to deal with such problems. It's very simple, just fight crazy against one person. Auntie, didn't you see that she scolded me first? So what? You're a man, can't you give way to a girl? Very good, I wanted to save your face. If that's the case, don't blame me for not respecting the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation. I'm not her father, why should I give way to her? This sentence made the aunt speechless, and she went into the crowd in shame and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The people watching the excitement around saw that the aunt had retreated, and they immediately scattered. At this time, a Ferrari supercar stopped by the roadside, and a young man in a suit and tie got out of the car. Everyone's attention was attracted. The girl's eyes lit up and she walked over immediately. This is a good target. If he takes a fancy to me, even being a mistress can make me free and easy for the rest of my life. Ouch. The girl walked to the side of the man, pretended to have twisted her foot, and fell towards the man. But the man suddenly found Lin Chen, his eyes lit up, and he walked over. The girl missed and fell to the ground. The girl rubbed her buttocks in pain, raised her head and was surprised to find that the rich man in her eyes walked in front of Lin Chen. Could they know each other? The girl denied this answer in her heart. How could a poor country bumpkin know someone of this level? In order to find out, she could only stand up and walk over. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chen? The man was very respectful. Yes, I am. Are you here to deliver a car to me? Lin Chen saw the girl behind the man and said calmly. When the people around heard this, their eyes looking at Lin Chen changed instantly, with passion, admiration, and jealousy. Yes, but to be on the safe side, I hope to see your ID card, Mr. Lin. The man said a little nervously. He didn't want to offend someone of this level. If the other party got angry, he might be finished. Anything that can prove your identity will do. The man added. Handsome guy, did you find the wrong person? Does he look like someone who can afford a Ferrari? What a country bumpkin. The girl came over with a sarcastic smile on her face. Oh? Really? What if this car is really mine? Lin Chen immediately became interested. If it's really yours, I'll wash my hair upside down on the spot. The girl's disdainful look made Lin Chen calmer. Very good, did everyone hear that? Lin Chen's voice suddenly increased, looking at the people around him and said. The people around him were originally watching the fun, and they were naturally very happy to see something more interesting at this moment. I heard it. Brother, hit her in the face. I want to see her standing upside down. I think you want to see. Chapter 2, Freshman, are you reporting with a Ferrari? Lin Chen smiled slightly and handed his ID card to the man. The man took it with both hands, glanced at it, and returned the ID to Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen. As per your request, the car has been brought over. Here are your car keys. The man took out a luxurious-looking box and handed it to Lin Chen. Everyone around them focused their attention on the box. The young lady's face instantly turned pale. She glanced around and noticed that all eyes were on Lin Chen, so she turned to blend into the crowd and slip away. However, the onlookers were not willing to let her go. Several older people subtly filled the gaps, not letting her escape. If she runs, what will we watch? Lin Chen was excited on the inside but maintained a calm expression as he took the box and opened it, pulling out the key and holding it in his hand. To his surprise, the Ferrari key felt incredibly nice to hold. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a Ferrari. If you need anything else in the future, feel free to call me. Here's my business card. The man handed Lin Chen a business card. Lin Chen took a quick glance at it and pocketed it. Well then, Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Please, go ahead. The man nodded. The crowd immediately made way for him, and he walked out of the crowd smoothly. The young lady saw her opportunity to move, but within seconds, the crowd closed in again, trapping her. Beauty, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Lin Chen played with the car key, teasing the now desperate woman. Please, have mercy, let me go. The young lady's arrogance was gone, replaced by humble pleading. I prefer seeing you arrogant. Lin Chen didn't show any mercy. How could she expect things to go her way? Yes. Quick, do a headstand and wash your hair. Do you want me to buy you some shampoo? I'll go buy the shampoo. The crowd erupted in laughter. At that moment, several uniformed city management officers squeezed through the crowd. What's going on here? Everyone, disperse. The city officers shouted, and the crowd, seeing the officers, quickly scattered. At this point, only Lin Chen, the woman, and the officers remained. What's going on here? One of the older officers asked. The woman was too embarrassed to explain her earlier actions. After Lin Chen explained what had happened, the officers looked at the young lady with disdain. Young man, you really are impressive, the leading officer remarked. He glanced at the Ferrari parked not far away, a dream car from his youth. Lin Chen smiled but didn't respond. Actually, they were just one system away from a Ferrari. How about we just let this go, young man? It's not great to make a scene in such a public place. All right, I'll leave now. Good. Lin Chen didn't even glance at the young lady as he grabbed his luggage and walked toward the Ferrari. All right, you can leave now. The officer glanced at her and lost interest. She, feeling like she had been granted amnesty, lowered her head and quickly walked away. Lin Chen reached the Ferrari, his face finally breaking into a brilliant smile. This feels great. The sensation of everyone's envious and admiring gazes was incredible. Lin Chen opened the Ferrari's front trunk, but to his surprise, it was too small to fit his luggage. What kind of crappy car is this? Lin Chen cursed, then had to put his luggage in the passenger seat. With the unique roar of the Ferrari engine, Lin Chen drove away, the crowd's envious eyes following him. Lin Chen followed the GPS to the entrance of Suzhou University. Because it was the first day of freshman registration, the road was almost completely blocked. As Lin Chen entered, all the cars immediately made way for him. Even the cars in front of him noticed the Ferrari and quickly moved aside without a word. Am I really that intimidating? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. As Lin Chen's Ferrari drove into the campus, many students, parents, and teachers couldn't help but look in his direction. Lin Chen stopped in front of the security check. Uncle, I'm a freshman. Can I drive in? There's no space to park outside. Lin Chen lowered the window, revealing his handsome face. What? Freshman? A freshman reporting with a Ferrari SF90? That's so unique. A Ferrari, the car of the elite. I'm envious. The students around them immediately began talking excitedly. Some curious students even took pictures of Lin Chen's face and car, posting them on the campus forum and group chat. You can go in, but once the freshman registration time is over, you'll have to park your car in the parking lot. And remember to move it later. The security guard didn't know how much the car was worth, but seeing the astonished and envious looks from the crowd, he guessed it wasn't cheap. So, he was very polite. I'm not sure about your school, but I know at my school, the security guard's attitude is terrible. Lin Chen thanked him and drove the Ferrari into the campus, casually parking it in an empty spot that wouldn't block anyone. He then got out of the car and retrieved his luggage from the passenger seat. There were many people on campus, and when they saw a young man stepping out of a Ferrari with a suitcase, they immediately realized he was a freshman. Lin Chen felt a bit tired. Ever since he started driving the Ferrari, everyone had been watching him, just like animals in a zoo. After the initial excitement wore off, it felt a little boring. Excuse me, can you help me with something? As Lin Chen was walking toward his dorm, dragging his suitcase, a voice stopped him. He looked at the girl in front of him. She was tall and slender, her curves accentuated by the black stockings wrapping her long legs. She had a fair face, her eyes bright like stars, and long black hair that flowed with the wind. Lin Chen could even smell her shampoo fragrance. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Tell me, what do you need help with? Lin Chen wasn't easily swayed by her beauty. After all, he was now a man with a system. At this moment, Jiang Xuewei was feeling troubled. Her best friend, Tang Wan, wanted to start a Hanfu club, but last year, they couldn't even get 10 people to sign up. The school required at least 20 members to form a club, so they had to shut it down. This year, she wanted to try again. So now she was asking Lin Chen for help in recruiting new students for the club. Are you interested in Hanfu? Jiang Xuewei blinked her bright eyes and looked at Lin Chen expectantly. Chapter 3, The Reward of the Empire Grand Hotel. Lin Chen stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him, feeling a strange fluttering sensation in his heart. Ding! The system has detected the host's wish, issuing the system task. Stage task: as a qualified host, how can you not have a girlfriend? Task 1: successfully obtain the super contact info of the campus beauty, Jiang Xuewei. Failure: no punishment. Success: 100% ownership of Empire Grand Hotel. The sudden system notification left Lin Chen momentarily distracted. 100% ownership of Empire Grand Hotel. At that moment, Lin Chen looked at the girl in front of him, Jiang Xuewei, the campus beauty. No wonder she's so beautiful, she's the campus beauty. That explains it. Hey, are you listening? Jiang Xuewei sounded a little disappointed, noticing that Lin Chen didn't seem very interested. Senior, the Hanfu Club, right? Alright, I'm joining. Lin Chen snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile. You didn't want to before, right? What? You're agreeing now? Jiang Xuewei was suddenly elated, showing two small dimples that looked like blooming daisies. Then, Junior, let's add each other on Super Contact. When the club holds new member registration, I'll contact you and you can sign up. Jiang Xuewei pulled up her Super Contact QR code, signaling Lin Chen to scan it. The task is that easy. Lin Chen happily thought to himself as he planned to add her on Super Contact and then look into it. Xuewei? What are you doing here? Just as Lin Chen clicked on the Super Contact, a tall, handsome man in casual clothes approached with a warm smile on his face. When Jiang Xuewei saw the man, her face suddenly changed, and she quickly put her phone away. Lin Chen's expression froze, and he looked at the man with a somewhat hostile gaze. What are you doing here? Jiang Xuewei spoke coldly. I'm in the student union too, so I came to school early. I saw you and just wanted to say hi. The man turned to look at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with confusion. And this guy is? Oh, I'm. Lin Chen was about to respond, but Jiang Xuewei immediately linked arms with him, her face breaking into a happy smile. Yu Yang, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Jiang Xuewei had intended to say his name but suddenly realized she forgot to ask. When Yu Yang heard her words, his smile clearly stiffened. Lin Chen widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei looked at him with pleading eyes. Lin Chen softened, thinking, all right, pretending to be the campus beauty's boyfriend isn't such a bad deal. I'm Xuewei's boyfriend, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen confidently extended his hand. Yu Yang, however, ignored him and only looked at Jiang Xuewei. Xuewei, are you serious? Serious? My boyfriend is right here, what do you think? And don't call me Xuewei, we're not that close. Jiang Xuewei's tone grew colder as she spoke, no longer being polite. Good, very good. You prefer this poor guy and won't accept me, huh? Jiang Xuewei, you'll regret it. Yu Yang sized up Lin Chen's clothes, his anger almost boiling over, before he turned and walked away with a final remark. Lin Chen watched Yu Yang's retreating back, his eyes cold. What an arrogant guy. Can't even get the girl he wants and yet mocks me. Ding! The system has issued a task. Make Yu Yang bark like a dog. Task reward, 2% ownership of Penguin Computer Systems. The system issued another task. It looks like Yu Yang is going to get it. There's no way around it, those Penguin shares are too tempting. But why does the system want him to make Yu Yang bark like a dog? Does it have such unique taste? Jiang Xuewei sighed in relief when Yu Yang left. Then, realizing she was still holding onto Lin Chen's arm, her face turned slightly red as she quickly pulled her hand back. Sorry, I used you as a shield. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner to make it up to you. Sure, no problem, senior. But before that, Shoal and Tiwi at each other on Super Contact. Lin Chen was still thinking about the Empire Grand Hotel reward. Oh right. Jiang Xuewei quickly took out her phone again, displaying her QR code. The sky cleared after the snow, a nice name. Lin Chen had a sudden thought. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage task. Reward, 100% ownership of Empire Grand Hotel. The contract has been signed by the system. Please feel free to use it. Stage task 2 issued. Have a meal alone with Jiang Xuewei. Reward, Lamborghini poison. Holy cow, holy cow. A Lamborghini poison. This is the car Lin Chen has been dreaming of. In his mind, it's even more prestigious than many cars worth over $1 billion. No kidding, the Lamborghini Poison S design is simply stunning. He never expected to get it as a reward. System, I'm wondering if you're some kind of romance system. Lin Chen questioned in his mind. Ding! This system is just an ordinary task system. Lin Chen could only shrug when the system refused to acknowledge it. I'm Jiang Xuewei. From now on, just call me Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei blinked her pretty eyes and spoke to Lin Chen. Can't I just call you Xuewei? Lin Chen smirked slightly. Jiang Xuewei's face flushed, and her cheeks grew warm. Call me Jiang Xuewei. By the way, are you looking for your dorm? Where are you staying? I'm in Building 6. Building 6 is over here. I'll take you there. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei walking ahead, urging him to keep up, and a strong feeling of affection rose in his heart. Senior, which department are you in? I'm in the computer science department. What about you? Me too, what a coincidence. Lin Chen was delighted. They are in the same department. It's really a coincidence. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Senior. Here we are, this is the place. I'll go now, if you need anything, we can talk on Super Contact. Okay, Jiang Xuewei, see you. Don't forget about that meal. Got it. Lin Chen watched Jiang Xuewei's beautiful figure fade into the distance before entering the dormitory building. He registered with the dorm manager, received his key, and then headed upstairs with his luggage. 515, this is it. Lin Chen opened the door and looked around the dorm. It had a good configuration, for people in a dorm, with the upper bed and desk layout. At that moment, all 4 dorm mates had arrived. They were all organizing their personal items. One was tall and thin, wearing glasses, looking very refined. Another was very handsome, almost matching Lin Chen in looks, and his clothes clearly suggested he was from a wealthy family. The last one was big and muscular, probably into fitness. He seemed like the physical powerhouse of the dorm. Lin Chen didn't bring much, as he had already paid for bedding when registering, so he only brought clothes and daily necessities. The others had similar things. Only the handsome guy brought a ton of stuff, like a computer tower, monitor, keyboard. The most impressive thing was that he even shipped an esports chair. Lin Chen was extremely envious of him. Chapter 4, Eating with Roommates. After everyone finished unpacking, they chatted for a while and got to know each other. The tall and skinny one wearing glasses was called Chen Xiao. He was from Minzhou, and his family was somewhat well off, running a seafood business. The more muscular one was called Xuewei, and he was from the rural areas of Jian province. According to him, all his muscles were built from farm work. Lastly, the very good-looking one was called Xiaofei, and he was from the Beijing area, though he was tight-lipped about his family's situation. However, Lin Chen could tell that Xiaofei's background must be impressive. Finally, the 4 of them ranked themselves according to age. Lin Chen was the oldest, Chen Xiao was second, Xuewei was third, and Xiaofei was the youngest. Hey, since it's our first time meeting, how about we go out for a nice meal? Chen Xiao's stomach had been growling for a while, so he suggested this. I have no problem with that, Xiaofei said casually. He had originally planned to go to a nightclub in Jinfu City, but since today was the first gathering with his roommates, he decided to join them instead. I don't mind either, Lin Chen added. The last one to answer was Xuewei. All eyes turned to him, making him feel uneasy. Okay, you guys choose the place. I have no idea where to eat. Lin Chen, you're from Qinju, right? You decide. Xuewei reluctantly agreed. He came from a poor family, and from the earlier conversation, he could tell that Xiaofei and Chen Xiao came from wealthier backgrounds. Lin Chen's family seemed similar to his, so Lin Chen would probably choose somewhere affordable. Alright, I'll find a place. Coincidentally, Lin Chen had just received a reward from the system for the Empire Hotel. Today seemed like a good day to check it out. He wouldn't have to spend money and could also inspect the place. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Yes, this is Lin Chen. Okay, I'll bring my friends there. I'll let you know when we arrive. It was the manager of the Empire Hotel calling. Since their hotel had a new owner, He wanted to make sure to greet Lin Chen and avoid any bad impressions. Let's go. The four of them left the dorm together. The summer heat in Chinfu City was unbearable. It was already past 6, and the sun was nearly setting, but the temperature was still high. Without the Ferrari, Lin Chen and Xuewei walked through the campus and still attracted a lot of attention from female students. It was simple, both of them were incredibly handsome. Lin Chen still liked summer. The summer heat meant less clothing, and walking through the university campus with the sight of long, exposed legs made him dizzy. Before they even left the school, two girls came jogging towards them. They were wearing skirts, showing off their long, fair legs, looking innocent and cute. Can we add your super chat? The two pretty girls stood in front of Lin Chen and Xuewei, shyly asking. Chen Xiao and Xie Wei were both confused. Lin Chen looked at the girl in front of him. She was beautiful, probably at least the class flower level. Her face was a bit chubby but not fat, and beneath her white skirt were straight, well-proportioned legs. Wait a second, was Shuju University this good looking? Of course, Lin Chen smiled and opened his phone to show his QR code. Xuefei did the same. Thank you. The girls smiled brightly when they saw the successful message on their phones. See you, guys. The two girls got the contact information they wanted and left satisfied. I'm such a loser. Chen Xiao glared at Xuefei and Lin Chen, who were browsing other people's moments. Yeah, what's so great about being handsome? Xie Wei grumbled in frustration, feeling sorry for himself as he'd been single for 18 years. Feeling down, Xie Wei mumbled to himself. Enough complaining, to make up for your wounded hearts, the oldest will pay for dinner today. Oldest, you're so generous. Oldest, you're amazing. Chen Xiao and Xie Wei immediately cheered up when they heard Lin Chen would pay. But how are we getting there? Chen Xiao, who was starving, just wanted to get to a restaurant quickly. I have a car, but it can only fit one person. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. He was debating whether he should drive the Ferrari. Wouldn't that seem a bit showy? The three others assumed it was a scooter since Lin Chen said it could only fit one person. No worries, oldest. We'll just take a cab. 4 of us will fit in one. Plus, we can't drink and drive, so let's have a few drinks at the meal, Chen Xiao said confidently. Chen Xiao's personality was completely different from what Lin Chen expected. With glasses and his slim, scholarly look, Lin Chen had thought he would be reserved, but instead, he was so outgoing. Lin Chen didn't insist any further and called a cab to the Empire Hotel. Oldest, why does this guy look so much like you? While they were in the car, Chen Xiao pulled out his phone and showed the others a photo posted on the campus forum. The photo was of a student driving a Ferrari. Wow, impressive. A freshman driving a Ferrari to school, already securing priority in dating for the next 4 years. Girls, I'm going for it. He's mine, no one else can compete. Isn't this a bit too flashy? If college students don't show off, what do they do then? Wait, you know what? He really does look a lot like you, oldest. Xie Wei stared at the picture, then turned to look at Lin Chen, his face filled with suspicion. Could it be that I'm the only poor guy here? Mom, I want to go home. Xuefei's expression toward Lin Chen also shifted. Looks like my roommate is no ordinary guy. It's me, Lin Chen said, scratching his nose and admitting it. Oldest, you're so rich. So, when you said your car can only fit 2 people, you were talking about the Ferrari. Chen Xiao's eyes widened. Lin Chen nodded slightly under the gazes of the others. That's right. Man, I've never ridden in a Ferrari. I should have taken your car. Chen Xiao instantly regretted not asking Lin Chen for a ride earlier. The driver in the front quietly rolled his eyes. A Ferrari, but still taking a cab. What a show-off. After a while, the ride arrived at the Empire Hotel. The hotel's main design was in European classical style, with its tall stone facade adorned with exquisite carvings and sculptures, every detail exuding a sense of history. Oldest, don't tell me we're eating here. Xie Wei looked up at the Grand Hotel in surprise. Oldest, we could just go to a small restaurant. No need to eat here, this place looks too expensive, Chen Xiao added, feeling hesitant even though he knew Lin Chen drove a Ferrari. Xuefei didn't mind. He often ate at such high-end places when he was in Beijing. Don't worry about it, just enjoy the meal. You don't need to worry about anything else, Lin Chen assured. Chapter 5, Wearing Old Shoes, Feeling Proud. Lin Chen led the group to the front desk. Tell Dongfang that Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen spoke casually to the receptionist. Hello, Mr. Lin. Not long ago, Dongfang had informed her that the new owner of the company, Mr. Lin Chen, would be bringing friends to dine. Mr. Lin, Mr. Dong has instructed me to take you directly to the VIP room number 1. The receptionist stepped out and respectfully said. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Let's go. Lin Chen turned to Chen Xiao and the others. Boss. She called you Lin Dong. Is this hotel yours? Chen Xiao opened his mouth in disbelief. Xuewei also stared at Lin Chen, stunned. This massive hotel was owned by his roommate. Other people might be driving Ferraris at 18 or 19 and running businesses, while he, at 18 or 19, was installing things risk-free. Both of them struggled to accept the reality. Xiaofei didn't act as dramatically as the other two, but his curiosity about Lin Chen's background grew. Yes, their whole hotel belongs to Lin Dong. The receptionist smiled and explained. When she first found out about this, she was shocked. You see, the Imperial Hotel was one of the top hotels in Qianfu City. To be able to buy out all the shares of the board members was not something just any rich person could do. This was a real financial powerhouse. Let's go, don't just stand there. Aren't you hungry, Chen Xiao? Lin Chen said with a slight smile, internally reveling in the moment. The receptionist, catching the cue, immediately stepped forward to guide them. Let's go, didn't you see the boss already walking? Xiaofei clapped Chen Xiao and Xuewei's shoulders. Boss, wait for me. Chen Xiao and Xuewei eagerly rushed to catch up. As Lin Chen walked, he took in the hotel's interior layout. The entire lobby gave him an impression of luxury. The grandeur. The elegance. Everything about it was impressive. He had never dined in such a hotel before, but now he not only had the privilege to treat his roommates to a meal here, but the entire hotel was his. System, thank you. Lin Chen couldn't help but silently express his gratitude. You're welcome, host. This system is here for you, and this is what I'm supposed to do. Detected the host's genuine gratitude, sending a small surprise gift. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 million renminbi. The funds have been deposited into your bank card and your card has been upgraded to a Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Lin Chen paused and quickly checked his phone. Sure enough, he had received a text message. Your bank card ending in, received a transfer of 50 million renminbi from the payment institution at 1923 on September 7th. What? The system was serious. System, does this mean every time I sincerely thank you, I get a reward? Lin Chen's excitement grew. This benefit is only available once. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Chen Xiao waved his hand in front of Lin Chen. Just thinking about something, let's go. Lin Chen gave a slight gesture for the receptionist to continue leading the way. Just as Lin Chen was about to move forward, a woman's voice called from behind. Lin Chen. Hearing his name, Lin Chen turned around. Zhao Jie. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. He didn't want to see this woman. Zhao Jie was a girlfriend from high school. At first, everything was sweet, but then Lin Chen discovered her flirtatious chat records with other men. He broke up with Zhao Jie, but she cried and begged him not to leave, promising to change. Lin Chen, feeling soft-hearted, gave her another chance. That was the first time. The second time was after Lin Chen finished his college entrance exams and started working part-time. A classmate sent him a message asking if he had broken up with Zhao Jie because she was seen with another guy buying milk tea, with the guy's arm around her shoulders. The photo confirmed it. When Lin Chen confronted her, she denied everything until she saw the photo and claimed that the guy was her cousin, saying she said that to avoid misunderstanding. Lin Chen didn't believe her, broke up with her again, and once again, Zhao Jie begged him to come back. The third time was about a month before the new semester. Lin Chen saw that Zhao Jie had been playing a mobile game with a guy. When Lin Chen asked her, she directly admitted it and broke up with him, saying that she only wanted to experience what it was like to date the handsome guy at school. Looking at the chat records, Lin Chen bitterly smiled and deleted her from his contacts. It was definitely his biggest embarrassment. Lin Chen, is that really you? I never expected to run into you here. Zhao Jie, with an ordinary-looking man on her arm, wearing a smug expression, smiled as she approached. I didn't expect it either. Lin Chen just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. He didn't want his roommates to know about this embarrassing past. Your friend. The arrogant-looking man glanced at Lin Chen and the others before asking Zhao Jie. My ex-boyfriend, don't you remember? I told you about him, baby Tilder. Zhao Jie winked at the man, pushing his arm closer to her. Oh Tilder, now I remember, the useless poor guy who's good for nothing except looks. The man finally remembered, smirking and looking at Lin Chen provocatively. The receptionist, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly took out her phone and quietly called Dong Fang. Mr. Dong, this is Liu Jing at the front desk. Mr. Lin has arrived, but it seems there is some tension between him and Mr. Li. The atmosphere isn't great. Yes, the son of the company shareholder, Li Xianyu. Yes, he's here in the lobby. After hanging up, Liu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the group. Who are you? Wearing the boss's old shoes, trying to act tough. Chen Xiao, who valued loyalty, immediately retorted when the man mocked his boss. Yeah, who do you think you are? As someone who grew up in the Southwest F4, Xuewei naturally didn't back down either. Xiaofei also looked at the man coldly. No worries, I'll handle this. Lin Chen sighed internally. He hadn't wanted to have anything to do with this woman, but since her boyfriend was now mocking him, there was no choice. The others fell silent, now fully aware that the hotel was Lin Chen's. Lin Chen, you're still the same loser, and your friends have no class either. Zhao Jie sneered when she heard Chen Xiao. The man didn't get angry but laughed instead. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you believe I can make sure you never leave this hotel? Oh? You're some kind of gangster. In this day and age, you're saying stuff like that. Zhao Jie, your boyfriend must have no brains. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at the man's words. The man clenched his fists and suddenly noticed Liu Jing. Hey, I remember you. You're from the front desk, right? Tell them who I am. Chapter 6, Failing to Recognize the Great Master. This is Master Li Ming, the son of former company shareholder Li Xianyu. When the receptionist saw Li Ming looking at her, her face turned pale and she could only bite the bullet and say that she could not afford to offend either of these two people. Why do you gods involve me in your fight? I'm just an employee. Liu Jing was complaining inwardly. Did you hear that? My dad is a shareholder of the company here. Li Ming didn't notice the word front from Liu Jing's mouth and was quite proud of it. Hubby, you're awesome. Zhao Jie praised with a charming smile on her face, her fingers still drawing on the man's chest. The man was so excited that he couldn't help but pinch Zhao Jie's tall breasts hard. Looking at the posture of the two of you, if there weren't people here, you would probably have started fighting, right? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao laughed as he watched the two people's unconcealed actions. Liu Jing turned her head away with a slightly red face. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. I will call the general manager of Dahao right away and kick you guys out. Li Ming was almost broken by the ridicule. It can only be said that Chen Xiao's fighting ability is too strong. Are all the people in Minzhou so powerful? Chen Xiao knew that Lin Chen was now the only director of Dahao, so he would not be scared by Li Ming. Li Ming knew he couldn't win the fight, so he took out his phone and called Dong Fang. Zhao Jie sneered at them from the side. Boss, he is the son of your hotel shareholder. Xuewei came over and asked. Didn't you hear the lady at the front desk say that he was a former shareholder? But don't tell anyone, I still want to play with him some more. A teasing smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Boss, you still know how to play. Xuewei gave Lin Chen a thumbs up in admiration. Originally Xiaofei thought that Li Ming had a powerful background and looked so impressive, but this is what happened. Since the boss can handle it, I won't bother Uncle Chen. Xiaofei loosened his hand holding the phone in his pocket slightly and watched quietly. Master Li, there's no need to call me. I'm already here. As soon as Dongfang came out of the elevator, he heard Li Ming's arrogant tone. There were already quite a few customers around watching the fun. Dongfang, you're here just in time. Get these people out right away. I'll tell my dad. Of? Dongfang ignored him and just glanced at Li Ming before passing by the two of them. He said respectfully to Lin Chen. Director Lin. I'm Dongfang. You can just call me Xiao Dong. Liu Jing usually felt a little embarrassed when she saw Dongfang, fearing that he had done something wrong. At this moment, she saw that Dongfang had such a humble attitude in front of this boy who seemed to be a few years younger than her. The look she showed towards Lin Chen became more respectful, and she didn't even have the thought of having any other thoughts. I am just a little bit pretty. I guess people of his status must have seen many beauties who are countless times prettier than me, right? Well, they are my friends. I brought them here for dinner. Lin Chen nodded lightly and said. Dongfang smiled kindly and nodded to Chen Xiao and the other two as a greeting. Dongfang, are you okay? Why haven't I heard my dad say that the hotel has a new young shareholder? And Director Lin, you don't know him, are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? Believe it or not, I will call you right away and tell you to pack up and leave. Li Ming said in a bad tone. His father Li Sangwu is the second largest shareholder of Imperial Hotel. How could it be impossible for him to be told about such a big thing? Is this Li Ming a powerful person? He keeps asking me to leave. When Dongfang heard Lin Chen's words, he understood what Lin Chen meant in an instant. He was able to climb to the position of general manager of one of the best hotels in a first-tier city. In addition to his own abilities, he also knew how to read people's expressions. Master Li, Mr. Li Shanyu is no longer a shareholder of the hotel. This Mr. Lin Chenlin has bought out all the shareholders' shares. So you have no right to remove me from my position, and you have no right to ask me to drive away the hotel's customers, not to mention that you are the only shareholder of our hotel. Moreover, you have disrupted the normal business of the hotel. Please leave with the lady next to you. Dongfang turned around and spoke seriously to Li Ming, who looked incredulous. Li Ming's face turned ugly and he took out his cell phone to call his father. Zhao Jie also couldn't believe that Lin Chen was the sole shareholder of the Imperial Hotel. She had been talking to Lin Chen for almost 2 years and knew Lin Chen's family situation very well. Don't worry, husband. He can't be a shareholder of Dahao Hotel. His parents are just ordinary electronics factory workers. How could they have the money to buy all the shares of Dahao? Zhao Jie looked at Li Ming with certainty. Seeing that Zhao Jie was very sure, Li Ming couldn't help but feel relieved. The look in his eyes as he looked at those people became more and more sarcastic. Hello? What's up, son? After the call was connected, Li Shanyu's somewhat happy voice came over. Dad, what are you so happy about? Today, a big shot spent a lot of money to buy out all the shares of our Dahao shareholders. I have been wanting to retire for a long time, and I just took this opportunity to sell all my shares to this big shot. When Li Ming heard what Li Sangyu said, the expression on his face suddenly changed. Looking at the playful smiles of Lin Chen and the others, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Dad, the big shot you're talking about isn't called Lin Chen, right? Li Ming asked cautiously, praying silently in his heart. It must not be him. When Zhao Jie saw Li Ming's face change, she immediately realized that something was wrong and became nervous. How do you know that? Li Sangwu asked in surprise. I seem to have offended him. Li Ming said in a low voice, his voice trembling a little. A person who can acquire all the shares of Dahao is definitely not someone he can afford to offend, not to mention that he is so young and must have a powerful background. The look he gave Zhao Jie became unfriendly. What? You offended that Lin Chen? Hurry up and go apologize to me. If we don't ask for his forgiveness, our family will be finished. Why did I give birth to a bastard like you? Li Sangwu was so angry that he hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Li Ming stared blankly at the hung-up phone in his hand, not knowing what to do. The air conditioner was on in the hotel, but beads of sweat appeared on Li Ming's head. What's wrong, Master Li? Are you done with the call? Lin Chen's mocking voice brought Li Ming back to his senses. Honey, what's wrong with you? Zhao Jie asked while hugging Li Ming's arm tightly. Get lost. Li Ming swung his hand hard, and Zhao Jie lost her balance and fell to the ground. Under Zhao Jie's incredible gaze, he walked to Lin Chen's side. Boss Lin, I was blind and looked down on you. I hope you can forgive me. Li Ming bowed and apologized with a very humble attitude. Chapter 7. Do we still have a chance? Zhao Jie felt extremely regretful in her heart. If she had known that Lin Chen was so rich, she would never have broken up with him. In Lin Chen's eyes, everything she did just now was probably just a clown's performance. She now felt a burning sensation on her face, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. I stood up and didn't know what to do. At this moment, she just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible, but she didn't want to give up Li Ming as the ATM. Lin Chen looked at their humble Li Ming at this moment and suddenly felt very bored, a fool who was played around by a woman, just like him in the beginning. Okay, go away. Next time I see you I won't just apologize. Thank you. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Li Ming felt relieved and walked towards the door with a happy face. Hubby, wait for me. Zhao Jie hurriedly chased after him and took Li Ming's arm. Don't bother me anymore, you damn troublemaker. Get lost. Li Ming swung his arm, looked at Zhao Jie with disgust, and walked out the door. He now hated this woman in his heart. If it weren't for her, he would never have had a conflict with Lin Chen. I wouldn't lose face. If I go home now, I might have to face my father's 7 wolves. Zhao Jie stared blankly at Li Ming's departing figure. Boss, are you just going to let him go like this? Chen Xiao was somewhat unwilling to accept this. He was very upset by Li Ming's arrogant attitude just now. It's nothing, just a clown. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Aiken, do we still have a chance? In fact, I have always loved you. Can you give our 2-year relationship another chance? Zhao Jie suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen and looked at him affectionately. Do you think it's possible? We've been together for 2 years, and I feel sick just looking at you now. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jie with disgust, and suddenly felt a little grateful to Li Ming, otherwise he might still be in love with this woman. The thought of it made him feel sick. Lin Chen, you must still love me, right? These are just your angry words. It doesn't matter. I can prove my feelings for you with my actions. Woman, do you not understand what people say, or are you guilty? The boss told you to get out. Chen Xiao and the other 2 really didn't expect that this woman could be so shameless. I don't want to say anything more. Get out of here right now, or I'll have the security guards take you out. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jie and said in a flat tone. Zhao Jie looked at Lin Chen's cold eyes and felt a chill in her heart. If you are still willing to accept me, just accept my friend request and I will leave first. After Zhao Jie finished speaking, she didn't give Lin Chen a chance to continue speaking. She turned around and walked out of the Dahao Hotel in her high heels. Boss, your ex-girlfriend is really weird. After seeing Zhao Jie leave, Chen Xiao couldn't help but complain. This was the first time he had seen such a weird and shameless woman. I can't help it. My eyesight was not good before. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about this anymore, shall we go eat first? Xiao Fei hinted to Chen Xiao and Xie Wei with his eyes, asking them not to mention this matter again. Director Lin, I'll take you there. Liu Qian, you go back to work first. Okay, Mr. Dong. Liu Qian looked at Lin Chen again and went back reluctantly. When we arrived at the number 1 private room, all the dishes had been served. Mr. Lin, I won't bother you and your friends while they are having dinner. If you need anything, just press that button and I'll come over. Dongfang said this and pointed to a button on the wall. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. Dongfang nodded and left the private room. Boss, I'm really grateful to you today. I've never eaten in such a luxurious private room in my life. Xie Wei and Chen Xiao looked around the luxuriously decorated private room, and then looked at the various delicacies on the table. Why are you being so polite to me? Eat quickly. I'm hungry. Lin Chen smiled. The 4 of them ate, drank and chatted, and before they knew it, they had become much closer. Boss, you are my boss for life. Before Xie Wei could finish his words, he closed his eyes, lowered his head, and fell asleep. That's the good thing about being young, they fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Xie Wei is worthy of being a native of Jinzhou. His alcohol tolerance is indeed extraordinary. He almost drank as much as the 3 of them by himself. That's right. Boss, I will cling to you for the rest of my life. Please take good care of me in the future. Chen Xiao also clasped his fists and acted like a martial arts master. After saying that, he also lay down on the table. Chen Xiao was drunk purely because of his poor cooking. Lin Chen had hardly even seen him drink, but during the conversation, this guy got drunk. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei also drank a lot of wine, but with the help of the controlled variable method, they did not get drunk. Boss, how do we get these 2 guys back? Xiao Fei felt a headache when he saw the drunk Xie Wei and Chen Xiao. There is accommodation at Dahao. We won't go back to the dormitory tonight. Anyway, there will be no dormitory inspections during the few days when new students register. Lin Chen said helplessly. Okay, this is the only way. Xuewei nodded. Lin Chen pressed the button on the wall, and soon Dongfang pushed the door in. Director Lin, what do you need? Find a few people to settle my friend down. We will rest in Dahao tonight. Okay. Dongfang said this and motioned for the two waitresses outside to come in. The two waitresses were very good looking. With their professional attire and pretty faces, they looked very pleasing to the eye. Help these two distinguished guests to the presidential suite. Dongfang ordered. Mr. Lin, do you need to arrange a few? After the two waitresses helped Chen Xiao and Xie Wei out, Dongfang asked quietly. He noticed that Lin Chen's eyes lingered on the two waitresses for a while. Lin Chen looked at Xuewei with a questioning look. Xuewei shook his head. No. I'll add you on WeChat so we can keep in touch later. Lin Chen also refused. Okay. Dongfang was a little surprised. It was not possible to add such super trust from a top young master just by wanting to. Director Lin, do you need me to ask the waiter to bring you breakfast tomorrow morning? Dongfang asked after sending Lin Chen and the others to the presidential suite. No need. I'll get up tomorrow morning and send you a message. Just ask the waiter to deliver breakfast to the same room as yesterday. Okay, Mr. Lin, I won't disturb your rest then. After Dongfang left, Lin Chen and Xuewei went to check on Chen Xiao and Xie Wei and then returned to their rooms to rest. After washing up, Lin Chen lay down on the cement mattress in the presidential suite. As a 5-star hotel, the supplies it uses are among the best in the industry. Lin Chen felt the benefits brought by power and money, and his ambitions were constantly growing. 2% of Penguin's shares. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Chen poured a glass of red wine, wrapped in a bath towel and stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the brightly lit metropolis of Qianfu. Lin Chen took out his hand and transferred 1 million to his parents. Then another message was sent. Mom, I transferred 1 million to your card. Don't worry, the source of the money is clean and it has not been used for any illegal or criminal activities. Not long after sending the message, Lin's mother called. Lin Chen had expected this. Hey? Son, where did you get the 1 million? Don't lie to Mom. Although our family is poor, we must not do anything illegal or criminal. As soon as the phone was connected, Lin's mother's anxious voice came over. Mom, don't worry. I bought a few thousand virtual coins when I was free, but the price of virtual coins has skyrocketed recently. It has risen to 10,000 or 20,000 per coin. So I sold 200 of them. Lin Chen helplessly made up a reason to explain. Are you telling the truth? Mother Lin was still somewhat suspicious. Really, Mom, have you ever seen anything that violates the law and can make 1 million in a few days? Okay, your dad and I won't touch this money for now. If the value of your deposited virtual currency drops again, you can still make a few million at least. Mother Lin breathed a sigh of relief. No need, Mom. I still have money here. This virtual currency will definitely increase in value, and we will definitely make more than a few million by then. You and Dad can spend this 1 million however you want, and don't save it. You should also quit your job at the electronics factory. It's hiring and you don't make any money. Lin Chen said hurriedly. Don't worry about me and your dad, just take care of yourself. By the way, how are you and that little girl named Zhao? Lin Chen chatted with his mother for a long time before hanging up the phone. Early the next morning, there was a knock on Lin Chen's door. Boss, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Chen Xiao's voice came from outside the door. Lin Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Dongfang, asking him to notify the waiter to deliver breakfast. Then he got dressed and opened the door. Chapter 8. Junior Lin has a crush on me. Boss, where are we going to have breakfast? I threw up everything I ate last night, and when I woke up this morning I was so hungry that my face turned green. Chen Xiao said with a bitter face. Second brother, I have to say that you really can't drink much. You should just sit at the kids' table and drink some pineapple beer. Xuefei couldn't help but sneer. That's right, you are really low. Xie Wei also echoed. Chen Xiao's face turned red. He had never been able to drink since he was a child. Normally, he would not drink at all when he went out with friends for fear of making a fool of himself. As a result, the bottle of wine last night was very expensive, costing tens of thousands of yuan, and he couldn't help but drink a little. I didn't feel anything at first, but as the alcohol took effect, I started to feel dizzy. Chen Xiao held it in for a long time but couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the same private room as yesterday. I'll ask the waiter to deliver breakfast. Lin Chen smiled slightly. The boss is really considerate, these two just know how to insult me. Chen Xiao chuckled. After breakfast, the four of them asked Dongfang to arrange a car to take them to school. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Xiao and Xuewei lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The excuse is that I didn't sleep well last night. Little brother, are you free at noon? I'll make up for the meal I owe you. It's Jiang Xuewei's super message. Yes, but are you free to run something with me in the morning, senior? Lin Chen originally wanted to buy some clothes and shoes, and just then he received news about Jiang Xuewei. It is naturally better to have a school beauty accompany you shopping. The women's dormitory at this time. Jiang Xuewei was confused as she read the message on her phone. Should I go? Although I have some feelings for this handsome junior, would it be inappropriate to go out alone the next day after meeting him? Will my junior classmates think I am frivolous? But I don't want to reject my junior, what should I do? Xuewei, you said you would take me to have lunch with a junior student at noon. Who is that? Don't you have few male friends? Tang Wanner asked while exercising on the yoga mat in the dormitory. After waiting for a few seconds, he saw that Jiang Xuewei had ignored him and was sitting in the chair staring at her phone in a daze. Tang Wanner tiptoed behind Jiang Xuewei and saw the chat history between her and Lin Chen. Wow! Xuewei asked you to go shopping with him, Tilda. Tang Wanner screamed. Jiang Xuewei was startled and covered her phone in her arms. He complained to Tang Wanner, who suddenly appeared behind him. Wanner, what are you doing? Why are you still peeking at my chat history? Who told you to ignore me? Tang Wanner curled her lips, then her face became excited again. Who is this junior Xuewei? Lin Chen, why haven't you ever mentioned this person before? And he even asked you to go shopping for clothes with him. Do you know why he asked you to go shopping for clothes with him? Because he has a crush on you. Does Junior Lin have a crush on me? Jiang Xuewei murmured in her heart. Wanner, your series of questions are overwhelming me. Which one should I answer first? This junior was just added yesterday to help recruit new members for your Hanfu club. Yu Yang saw me at the time, so I said that Junior Lin Chen was my boyfriend, and then Yu Yang left. I treated him to a meal just to repay the favor. Jiang Xuewei explained. You let that junior brother be your shield. Aren't you afraid that Yu Yang will retaliate against this junior brother? After Tang Wanner knew what happened, she said with a serious expression. No way. He shouldn't be so stingy. Jiang Xuewei also became nervous when Tang Wanner reminded her. I heard that Yu Yang is a man who will never let go of his grudges. What should I do? It's over, it's over. Didn't I harm my junior brother? Jiang Xuewei suddenly stood up in panic and paced back and forth in the dormitory. Xuewei, you don't have feelings for that junior, do you? Tang Wanner saw Jiang Xuewei losing her composure and said with some doubt. Jiang Xuewei was stunned by Tang Wanner's question, and then shook her head repeatedly. How is it possible? How could I have feelings for a junior who I only met once a day? I'm so nervous because I'm the one who hurt my junior brother. Jiang Xuewei's words were more like a way of convincing herself than answering Tang Wanner. Well, you are right, so are you going to agree to go shopping for clothes with me, Junior? I don't know. I think we should go. It's a good opportunity to remind my junior brother to be careful of Yu Yang's tricks behind his back. Although we live in a society ruled by law now, Yu Yang is rich and powerful after all, so it would be easy for him to bully an ordinary person. Tang Wanner advised. The junior Lin Chen whom I have never met. Sister, I can only help you here. That's okay. Jiang Xuewei thought about it with a rosy face and finally agreed. Don't call me for lunch, I have things to do. Why didn't I know you had something to do at noon? Oh, I just found out. Seeing that Jiang Xuewei hadn't replied to his message yet, Lin Chen thought there was no hope. As a result, the message popped up the next second. Okay. Wait for me for half an hour. Okay, which building do you live in? I'll wait for you downstairs. No need for that. Fine. Okay, I'm in girls' dormitory 3. Jiang Xuewei put down her phone and felt inexplicably happy inside. Tang Wanna smiled secretly as she watched Jiang Xuewei standing in front of the mirror and changing her clothes. You little brat. You lied to me and said you weren't interested in that junior? Wanna, I'm going out now. Go ahead, go ahead. Don't let junior brother Lin Chen kidnap you. Screw you. Lin Chen was wearing a loose white t-shirt, dark blue jeans, and a pair of clean white canvas shoes. Coupled with his extraordinary looks, he attracted the attention of many girls. Brother, can I add your super letter? 2 girls came over and asked with blushing faces. This scene happened to be seen by Jiang Xuewei, who had just left the dormitory building. A hint of displeasure flashed across Jiang Xuewei's face. He walked over quickly. Junior Lin. Here. Jiang Xuewei waved towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he was stunned by Jiang Xuewei's dress. Jiang Xuewei was wearing a white dress and had delicate light makeup on her face. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her joy at seeing Lin Chen. I'm sorry, classmate. Lin Chen spoke to the 2 girls apologetically, then walked towards Jiang Xuewei with a smile. Wow, look. Isn't that Jiang Xuewei? Oh, this handsome guy is definitely out of luck. Do you need to tell me that? This handsome guy is definitely the school hunk. Isn't it normal for a school hunk to be with a school hunk? Wow, didn't Jiang Xuewei reject so many boys? Why didn't she let go of this handsome guy whose facial features just fit the image of my perfect boyfriend? The 2 girls looked at Lin Chen with disappointment as he walked towards Jiang Xuewei. Hey! The girl has a boyfriend. Chapter 9, with the school beauty by your side, go shopping. Senior Jiang, you look very beautiful today. Lin Chen exclaimed with sincere admiration. Thanks. I don't know why, but I feel really disgusted when others stare at me like this. But what was going on when junior brother Lin looked at me with a little joy? Could it be true, as Wanna said, that I have a crush on this junior? Let's go, senior. Lin Chen's gentle voice interrupted Jiang Xuewei's thoughts. Oh. Okay. Where are we going? Jiang Xuewei saw that Lin Chen was not heading towards the school gate and asked in confusion. Driving. You still have a car? Jiang Xuewei said in surprise. It seems that my junior's family is quite rich, as they bought him a car when he was only a freshman. Yeah, let's go, take senior for a ride. Lin Chen said with a smile, then walked towards his Ferrari. That shouldn't be the case, right? Junior Lin drove a Ferrari in his freshman year? Jiang Xuewei couldn't believe it. From the way Lin Chen was dressed, he didn't look like he came from a wealthy family. Jiang Xuewei mechanically followed Lin Chen into the car. Following the sound of Lin Chen starting the engine, the sound of Ferrari that made men addicted to it rang out. Buzz. Jiang Xuewei finally came to her senses. Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Jiang Xuewei sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari and exclaimed at the futuristic decoration inside the car. Fine. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Lin Chensi turned sideways and leaned towards Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei was shocked. Is your junior going to kiss me? I am not such a casual person. Jiang Xuewei was just about to stop Lin Chen's actions. But she found that Lin Chen was helping her adjust the seat and find the most comfortable angle for her. 2 faint blushes appeared on Jiang Xuewei's cheeks. Thank you. Jiang Xuewei lowered her head and expressed her thanks in a voice as soft as a mosquito. It's my duty, senior. Why are you blushing, senior? It's okay. Let's go, shall we? Don't we still need to buy clothes? Jiang Xuewei quickly changed the subject. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. The shy look of the senior is so cute, I like it even more tilde. Buzz. The roar of Ferraris rang out across the campus. Hey! Look, isn't that the girl in the passenger seat, the campus beauty of Jiang University? Oh my god, it's true. Driving a Ferrari is so cool. Even the school beauty Jiang has been won. Isn't that the one waiting for Jiang Xuewei in the girls' dormitory? That boy? I didn't expect he was so rich. If I had known, I would have asked for his contact information no matter what. All I can say is that where you can't get in, Ferrari will help you get in. This is the charm of money. The red Ferrari drove out of the campus amid the students' exclamations and envious eyes. Senior, is there any large shopping mall near the school? After Lin Chen drove out of the school, he asked Jiang Xuewei. There's a large supermarket called Yidicheng that's pretty good. My girlfriend and I usually shop there. Jiang Xuewei bit her finger and thought for a while before saying. Then go there. Lin Chen nodded. I have to say, the feeling of driving a Ferrari with one hand is really extraordinary. Junior Lin looks so handsome when he drives the Ferrari with one hand. Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen's perfect profile and couldn't help but stare at him in a trance. Lin Chen noticed that Jiang Xuewei was always looking at him. Is there something on my face? Senior, why are you staring at me? Lin Chen tilted his head slightly and looked at Jiang Xuewei teasingly. I'm not staring at you, don't get me wrong. Jiang Xuewei's pretty face turned red and she quickly turned her head to look forward. The benefits of driving a supercar were fully demonstrated. All the cars along their way stayed far away from them, and they arrived at Iju City smoothly. Here we are. Jiang Xuewei reminded. Lin Chen saw that a car nearby had just driven away, leaving a parking space vacant, so he parked there. The people around saluted when they saw a Ferrari supercar stop by. After Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei got off the car, they instantly became the focus. Let's go in quickly. Jiang Xuewei didn't like the feeling of being watched, it was like watching monkeys in a zoo. Good. Lin Chen nodded and followed Jiang Xuewei into Iju City. After entering, Jiang Xuewei took Lin Chen to the second floor. Lin Chen looked around and saw many luxury brands, many of which he had never seen before. Jiang Xuewei originally planned to take Lin Chen to the first floor, but then she saw that Lin Chen was driving a Ferrari supercar and knew that he was rich. Maybe he simply looked down on these mid and low-end brands? Junior, do you want to buy casual clothes or suits? Jiang Xuewei blinked her beautiful eyes and said to Lin Chen. I need to buy a suit and then a few sets of clothes for daily wear. Lin Chen thought for a while and said. The main thing is that after all, I am the owner of a super 5-star hotel now. When I attend some high-end gatherings in the future, I can't wear casual clothes, right? That would be so disrespectful. Then let's go to Givenchy first. Givenchy is still very famous in high-end luxury goods. Although Jiang Xuewei's family conditions are considered good, she is not rich enough to wear high-end luxury goods. Therefore, Jiang Xuewei seemed a little excited at this time. He took Lin Chen's arm and walked towards the Givenchy store. Lin Chen walked into the Givenchy store, took a quick look, and his eyes lit up. He thinks many styles of clothes here are very good. Welcome. A female clerk came over with a professional smile on her face. This couple is so good looking. The female clerk couldn't help but think to herself. Although she had seen many handsome men and beautiful women in her daily life, it was rare to see someone with such high looks. But when she found that the two of them didn't look like they could afford Givenchy, she felt a little disappointed. But those who can work for such high-end brands have all received special training and will naturally not damage their reputation, even if they are just here to shop. Excuse me, are you looking for men's and women's products? Buy men's clothes. Help him choose some clothes. Buy him a suit and some casual clothes for daily wear. Jiang Xuewei said. Yes, let me recommend one to you too. It's a new product that has just been released. It will look very handsome on your boyfriend. The female clerk was delighted, but she realized she had made a mistake. The girl said she wanted to buy a suit instead of just looking at it, which means she at least has the ability to shop. The female clerk thought about it and the smile on her face brightened a little. Then he took the two of them to a suit. No, he's not. Jiang Xuewei blushed and was about to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Can I try it on? I think this one looks good. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Jiang Xuewei was stunned, but did not explain further. She just became more and more certain of her best friend's guess. My junior must like me. Then Jiang Xuewei looked at the label under the clothes. Good job. 88,888. Jiang Xuewei couldn't help but be secretly shocked in her heart. Yes, sir. The female clerk took the clothes down and handed them to Lin Chen. Sir, that's the fitting room. The female clerk pointed and said, "Okay, thanks." Lin Chen said politely, then looked at Jiang Xuewei. "I'm going to go change my clothes first." "Oh, okay." After Lin Chen changed his clothes and came out, he and the female clerk were stunned. Chapter 10 Meeting Yu Yang again. Lin Chen's well-tailored suit fit his body perfectly, and every detail revealed his unparalleled taste and style. Jiang Xuewei widened her eyes. When she saw Lin Chen changing into a suit, her heart beat faster and her face flushed. "My junior looks so handsome in a suit." Little stars twinkled in Jiang Xuewei's eyes. The female clerk was also shocked by Lin Chen's temperament after he put on a suit. There was a hint of envy in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Xuewei. "Your boyfriend looks so handsome in this suit." The female clerk was generous with her praise. She promised that what she said this time was absolutely true. Lin Chen looked at the two people's surprised expressions and smiled slightly. "I walked over to the mirror and looked at myself. Senior, does it look good?" "It looks great. It's so handsome." Jiang Xuewei praised excitedly. She felt that ever since she met Lin Chen, her image as a cool and aloof school beauty was about to collapse completely. "I say, don't break someone else's thing. Just give it a try. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it." At this time, a young man and woman walked in from outside the door. "Yu Yang? Why are you here?" Jiang Xuewei frowned and said to Yu Yang, who spoke, "It seems to have nothing to do with the campus beauty of Lin University, right?" Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Xuewei. Although he no longer had any feelings for her, he had to admit that Jiang Xuewei was indeed one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. "Honey, who is this?" The lady next to him, who was also very good-looking and wearing fishnet clothes, put her arm around his arm and asked affectionately. Jiang Xuewei secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, she did not agree to his pursuit. She only saw the side of Yu Yang that he was willing to show her. "Nothing, the school beauty of our school." Yu Yang pinched the girl's nose and said with a smile, "Whether I can afford this dress or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, senior, right?" Lin Chen pulled Jiang Xuewei behind him, looked at Yu Yang and spoke in a flat tone. "Hey, senior, this is for your own good. If you ruin this dress, how long will your parents have to work hard to earn money for it?" Yu Yang acted as if he was deeply distressed, which made Jiang Xuewei behind Lin Chen furious. "When you were chasing me, you were still acting like a licker. Why, now that you know I have a boyfriend, you've changed your attitude?" Jiang Xuewei also mocked. "I didn't expect that you, senior sister, would have such a noodles." Lin Chen joked. "Humph, it's just to help you vent your anger," Jiang Xuewei said coquettishly when she heard Lin Chen teasing her. "Jiang Xuewei, you are just a bit pretty, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you believe that I can kill the boyfriend next to you?" Yu Yang didn't get angry but laughed instead and said to Jiang Xuewei jokingly. The woman next to her didn't care about what Jiang Xuewei said. She was very clear about her position. She was just Yu Yang's plaything. There are always plenty of women willing to take her place. Jiang Xuewei glanced at Lin Chen worriedly and stopped talking. She knew that Li Ming's family was very powerful, so he hinted to her more or less when he was pursuing her. Although she knew that Lin Chen's family was not simple, she didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression remained calm throughout, but when he heard these words, his face instantly turned cold. "Didn't senior you say that I can't afford this suit? Do you want to bet on whether I can afford it?" Yu Yang was a little hesitant, even though Lin Chen was dressed very simply that day and didn't look like a rich man. But this suit only costs tens of thousands of dollars, so he should have enough money on him to dare to say that. "As long as you can buy a few more items in this store and spend $500,000, I'll bet with you." Yu Yang was certain that Lin Chen only had a few $100,000 on him at most. "Okay, but since it's a bet, there has to be some stakes, right?" Seeing Lin Chen agreed so readily, Yu Yang felt something was wrong. But at this time, for the sake of face, I had no choice but to agree. "Okay, you name the bet. How about this, if I can afford it, you bark like a dog 3 times. Otherwise, if I can't afford it, you bark like a dog 3 times. How about that?" Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Xuewei knew that Lin Chen was very rich, so she relaxed at this moment and prepared to watch the show quietly. This. Yu Yang was very conflicted. He couldn't afford to lose like this. If I really learn to bark like a dog, how will I survive in school if the news gets out? Baby, why don't you just forget it? The woman next to Yu Yang said. She was afraid that Yu Yang would take his anger out on her if he lost. After hearing what the woman next to him said, Yu Yang decided to take a gamble. Okay. I agree. Yu Yang gritted his teeth and said. Senior Yu is really courageous. Wait a moment, my girlfriend and I will go and collect the 500,000 yuan. Lin Chen smiled and patted. Said the hand. The female clerk at the side was overjoyed. 500,000. She could get 10,000 yuan from this. Soon Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen chose several more sets of clothes. The saleswoman quickly calculated the price. Sir, the total is 645,000. Lin Chen walked to the side and picked up a bag. Count this bag in as well. Jiang Xuewei was stunned. Why did my junior buy a girl's bag? It just happened to be the one I liked just now. Could it be that my junior fellow student wants to give it to me? Jiang Xuewei's heart was beating fast. She wanted to say that she didn't want it, but she was afraid that Lin Chen might have bought it for someone else, and that would mean she was being too sentimental. Yes sir, that's 680,000. When Yu Yang saw how calm Lin Chen was, he knew that he was probably in trouble. His face turned grim as he pondered over a strategy. The woman next to him looked at Lin Chen with shining eyes. He's handsome and rich, if I could get close to him. When the woman thought of this, she couldn't help but tighten her legs. Lin Chen nodded, took out his bank card and placed it on the sensor of the card reader. Yu Yang stared at the card machine. Don't make the payment successful. But the ending disappointed him. Okay sir, welcome to our store again. When the waiter saw that the payment was successful, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he immediately took out another card. This is our VIP card. You can use this card to enjoy a 10% discount in our store. Thanks. After Lin Chen said this, he looked at the desperate Yu Yang. Senior, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Lin Chen reminded with a smile. Yu Yang forced a smile from his face and said with some pain. Brother Lin, how about this? I'll give you 700,000 yuan and let this go, okay? 700,000 is all the money he has now. The woman next to him was startled. 700,000 is just given away like this. It's better to give it to yourself. At least it will make you more comfortable at night. Jiang Xuewei looked at Yu Yang with contempt, yet a little happiness in her eyes. In this case, it is equivalent to buying a bunch of luxury goods and still making another 20,000 yuan. I had been feeling guilty for making my junior Lin spend nearly $700,000 more, but now I don't feel any psychological pressure anymore. Or do you agree to it? Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen and asked tentatively. Chapter 11 Penguin shares are in hand. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Senior Yu, I'm not short of money, I just want to hear you bark. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang jokingly and said. Yu Yang's smile froze and his face turned gloomy. Are you sure you want to fight me to the death? Yu Yang threatened. Little brother, take this money. It will be good for everyone. The woman also advised. Jiang Xuewei didn't say anything, she believed that Lin Chen had his own judgment. 700,000. Can 700,000 be compared with 2% of Penguin's shares? I won't even want 1 billion. No need, Senior Yu, just bark now, don't play tricks on me, I recorded it. Lin Chen said this while shaking the phone in his hand. Of course Lin Chen didn't record the video, he just wanted to scare Yu Yang to prevent him from cheating. If he really cheated, all the wealth that was within his reach would be gone. Yu Yang's face turned pale and blue. Hesitated for a long time. Woof. 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 Lin Chen, just wait for me. Yu Yang said something harsh and walked out directly. The woman's expression twitched and she took a few deep breaths before catching up with him. Ding. Mission, let Yu Yang learn to bark like a dog. Ding. 2% of Penguin shares have been distributed. Lin Chen was so excited that he immediately picked up Jiang Xuewei. This is a penguin. A penguin with a market value of several trillion RMB. After Lin Chen calmed down, he realized what he had just done. He quickly put Jiang Xuewei down. I'm sorry, Senior. I just remembered something and was so happy that I couldn't hold back. Lin Chen said to Jiang Xuewei apologetically. Jiang Xuewei's pretty face was flushed red, so red that water seemed to be dripping out. It's all right, what are we going to do next? Jiang Xuewei covered her burning cheeks with her hands and spoke in a low voice. Let's go eat. I'll treat you. Lin Chen said quickly. Good. Welcome to visit us next time. Back in the car, Lin Chen handed the bag he had just picked up to Jiang Xuewei. Senior, this bag is for you. Lin Chen said with a smile. This is too expensive. I can't take it. Jiang Xuewei waved her hands repeatedly. Are you trying to support me, my junior? It's okay, just keep it. It's a token of my gratitude. You just helped me scold that Yu Yang. Yu Yang hated you because of me. Before Jiang Xuewei finished speaking, she saw that Lin Chen looked a little unhappy. See it? Then, I'll take it then. Jiang Xuewei took Givenchy's bag and said weakly. That's right. Lin Chen's cloudy sky turned sunny and a smile appeared on his face again. What should I do if my junior is so kind to me? How should I repay him? Waiting online, urgent tilde. Jiang Xuewei looked at the bag in her arms and really felt like she was being supported by a handsome junior. Jiang Xuewei's mind reappeared the scene of her junior classmate picking her up. Seems pretty good. Lin Chen drove towards Dahao. Lin Chen was driving his Ferrari on the road when a phone call came in. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and handed it to Jiang Xuewei. Senior, help me answer it. Oh, okay. Jiang Xuewei responded, took the phone, turned on the speakerphone and put it to Lin Chen's ear. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Liu Shu, the board secretary of Tencent. You have just acquired Penguin Computer Systems Company, Limited and have signed a transfer agreement. You have now officially become a shareholder of Penguin. Hearing the confirmed answer, the female voice on the other end of the phone said respectfully. Oh okay, I get it. Director Lin, the company will hold a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning to announce that you will officially become a shareholder of the company. Do you have time? I don't have time to go over there, please help me express my apologies to other shareholders. Okay, Mr. Lin, is your mobile number registered with Super Credit? Would it be convenient for me to add your Super Credit? I will notify you in case of any emergency. Yes, you can add it. Okay, Mr. Lin, I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy life. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen's face was filled with obvious joy. The size of the Imperial Hotel is completely different from that of Penguin. Even the entire Imperial Hotel is not as good as 1% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei's hand holding the phone was still frozen in the air, but the shock in her eyes was still flowing. Looking at Lin Chen, he was speechless. What did she hear? Penguin shareholders. What is the concept? Penguin has a market value of nearly 3 trillion renminbi, ranking first in China and among the top 10 in the world. This junior student in front of me is actually a shareholder of Penguin. The most incredible thing is, he's just a freshman. Jiang Xuewei has cerebellar atrophy. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Xuewei with a half smile. Nothing. Junior, you are really low-key. Jiang Xuewei squeezed out a sentence. No, it seems I have to take the initiative. Anyway, I am also interested in him. I can't let go of such a high quality, such a top-level junior brother. Anyway, my junior and I have a good impression of each other. Jiang Xuewei made up her mind, and the look she showed towards Lin Chen became more and more tender. Arrive. Lin Chen parked the Ferrari in front of the Dahao parking lot. Oh. Jiang Xuewei hadn't recovered from her shock yet, and followed Lin Chen out of the car with a silly look on her face. This kind of big hotel has a private chef. We will have lunch at this time today. Lin Chen explained that he was mainly afraid that Jiang Xuewei would misunderstand that he was here to get a room. Jiang Xuewei then realized that Lin Chen brought her to a hotel. Liu Jing at the front desk noticed Lin Chen walk in with a very beautiful girl. He looked at Jiang Xuewei with envy. Director Lin, you are here. Lin Chen nodded. Bring friends over for dinner. Do you need to notify Mr. Dong? No, I'm just here to have a meal. Look for a private room that's empty, and we'll go there to eat. Liu Jing checked. Director Lin, all the top-level private rooms are empty. Then let's go to the private room we had yesterday. Okay, Mr. Lin. After Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei walked towards the number 1 private room, Liu Jing spoke on the intercom. Director Lin is heading to the number 1 private room to provide reception services. Junior, is this hotel also yours? Right. Jiang Xuewei was not too surprised. After all, what was wrong with a Penguin shareholder owning a super 5-star hotel? Wait until Lin Chen brought Jiang Xuewei to the door of private room number 1. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Several waiters bent over and shouted. No need to make such a big fuss, just leave one waiter to take your order, and everyone else can leave. Lin Chen looked at these people helplessly. It should be Liu Jing who told them. Jiang Xuewei covered her mouth and laughed. They came into the private room and Lin Chen handed her the menu. Just order whatever you want. Jiang Xuewei nodded obediently and took the menu. When I saw the menu, I was a little hesitant. It's too expensive. She looked at the menu prices that often amounted to hundreds or thousands of dollars, and felt dizzy. A plate of smashed cucumber costs several hundred yuan, and a serving of shredded pork with fish sauce costs more than 1,000 yuan. Seeing that Jiang Xuewei couldn't bring herself to do it, Lin Chen smiled and motioned for her to bring the menu over. Chapter 12 Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen took the menu, ordered a few signature dishes, some desserts, and finally ordered a bottle of red wine. See if there's anything else you want to eat. Lin Chen smiled and handed the menu back to Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei took the menu and took a look at what Lin Chen ordered. Chaos and marinated 10-year-old goose, New Zealand lobster and bluefin tuna belly, albino sturgeon caviar, steamed humphead wrasse with tangerine peel and shredded ginger. There was also a bottle of red wine, the 2009 Leroy Winery Richebourg Grand Cru, and I looked at the price. 188,888. Including the dishes, the meal must have cost at least over 200,000 yuan. A car cost the price of a meal. Is this the life of rich people? The corruption of capitalism. Jiang Xuewei sighed. That's all. There's too much to finish. If you can't finish it, just leave some. Who says you have to finish the food? Forget it, that's all. Lin Chen had no choice but to give the menu to the waiter. Okay, Mr. Lin, wait a moment. The waiter said this respectfully, then turned and walked out. While waiting for the food, the two chatted about the funny thing about Yu Yarn imitating a dog barking. After a while, the waiter pushed the food cart and brought all the dishes. The waiter was very understanding and left after opening the red wine. He did not stay in the private room, which made Lin Chen very satisfied. Mainly, he had to complete the task assigned by the system, which required him to have dinner alone with Jiang Xuewei. If there was an extra waiter in the private room, it would be troublesome if the system did not recognize it. I've never eaten anything so expensive. Jiang Xuewei sighed as she looked at the table full of delicacies from land and sea. Then eat more, and we'll come here more often in the future. Lin Chen poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Jiang Xuewei with a smile. Jiang Xuewei enjoyed the meal very much and tried every dish. Finally, she leaned back in her chair and rubbed her belly with satisfaction. How many months, senior? Lin Chen wiped his mouth and joked. 2 months. Jiang Xuewei blushed, but still retorted. What about the kid's father? Jiang Xuewei stopped talking. Senior, do you want me to take you out to play this afternoon? Forget it. There's something going on at school. I'm from the student union, and the school leaders asked the student union to go to the meeting room. Jiang Xuewei really wanted to play with Lin Chen for a while longer, but she couldn't spare the time. Okay, I'll take you out to play next time. Lin Chen was not disappointed, as there would be plenty of time in the future anyway. Ding! Mission completed. Having dinner alone with school beauty Jiang Xuewei. The Lamborghini Veneno is parked in the garage of the Magnolia Court Villa number 1 awarded by the system. Start the final stage of the mission. I successfully confessed my love to the school beauty Jiang Xuewei. Reward, 3% of the shares of Penguin Computer Systems Company, Limited. Lin Chen was a little excited. He often sees super sports cars when watching videos, and his favorite is the Lamborghini Veneno. The futuristic look of the car and the blood-boiling sound made Lin Chen fall in love with the car instantly. It was a pity that I could only dream about it at that time, but it's different now, it's his now. There are only 13 of them in the world, and one is currently parked in his garage. Thinking of this, Lin Chen could no longer hold back his excitement. He even ignored the 3% of the Penguin shares that were awarded as a reward for the final stage of the mission. Senior, can you accompany me home first? I'll go change a car. Isn't your Ferrari good enough? Why do you want to change it? Jiang Xuewei was a little confused. I bought a car a while ago and it was just delivered to my home. I want to go and take a look. Lin Chen explained. Okay, but don't delay too long. I have to be in the office at 2:30. Jiang Xuewei looked at the time. It was 1 o'clock, and there was still an hour and a half left. She should be able to make it in time. Okay, I'll go change a car and go straight to school. Lin Chen nodded. Then Lin Chen stood up and took Jiang Xuewei out of the hotel. Director Lin, take care. Lin Chen drove his Ferrari to the outside of the Magnolia courtyard. I am the owner of Magnolia 1. Lin Chen stopped outside the railing, rolled down the window and spoke to the security guard. Magnolia 1. The security guard was shocked. He knew yesterday that there was a new resident at Magnolia 1. People like them who work in top luxury homes, whether they are cleaners, property managers, or security guards, have high salaries, but the corresponding risks are also great. If you accidentally offend the residents inside, you're done for. So generally they remember each resident's appearance, name and what car they drive. Since this was Lin Chen's first time here and he had never seen it before, the security guard did not open the railing directly. The security guard was sweating profusely. Fortunately, he was driving a Ferrari and was very cautious, so he didn't say anything offensive. The security guard looked at Lin Chen's appearance and found that it matched. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, this is the first time I see your car. I'll open it for you right away. The security guard put up the railing as he spoke. It's okay. Being responsible is a good thing. Lin Chen smiled and didn't mind. He also came from the bottom of society, and besides, this is his job responsibility, so there is no need to make things difficult for him. Lin Chen started the car and drove towards Magnolia number 1. Brother Lin, is this your home? Jiang Xuewei looked at the villa in front of her which looked like a small manor and said with her mouth slightly open. Is the environment pretty good? This was also Lin Chen's first time here. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still very excited. This is one of the top villa areas in Chengdu. He had been thinking too naively before. I thought the system just gave me a villa and it was worth hundreds of millions. I found out later. The worst buildings in Magnolia Court cost tens of millions each. Not to mention Magnolia 1, the king of buildings. It's worth at least 1 or 200 million. Lin Chen opened the door using the password given by the system, and then recorded his face and fingerprint. Senior, do you want to record one? Me? This is your house. Why would I record someone's face? Although Jiang Xuewei had to make up the recording, Lin Chen's feelings for her could be seen from the fact that he asked her to record her face. This is already a blatant statement, okay? After Lin Chen entered the face, he drove the car into the garage. As the garage door opened, a sports car full of technology and power came into view. Junior, this car is so cool. Is this your new car? It's so cool. It looks just like the best car in the racing game in the video. Lin Chen stroked the front of the poisonous car. It's really handsome. I bought it because it's handsome. Jiang Xuewei felt that she had never been shocked more times in her life than today. This mysterious junior student next to her aroused her strong curiosity. Junior, how much does this car cost? It must be expensive. Jiang Xuewei was a little curious. She felt that even the Ferrari was not as cool as this car. It's not particularly expensive, about 80 or 90 million, but there are very few of them. There are only a dozen or so in the world. It's a bit hard to get. It took me a lot of effort to buy one. Hundreds of millions. There are only a dozen of them in the world. That's amazing. Jiang Xuewei felt a little numb. At this moment, she felt that even if Lin Chen said he was an alien, she would not doubt it. Chapter 13. Are we together now? Come in the car, senior. I'll take you back to school. Lin Chen suppressed his inner excitement and spoke to Jiang Xuewei with a gentle smile on his face. Great, a supercar worth nearly 100 million. It's a good time to experience it. Jiang Xuewei was very excited because she was about to ride in this magical car. As the scissor door slowly opens, the car's interior, which is mainly black and matched with bright lines, creates a strong visual impact. After Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei got in the car and closed the door, they immediately felt the powerful aura brought by the top supercar. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Chen started the engine, and the roar of the poison made the blood of both of them boil. After Lin Chen drove the car out of the garage door slowly closed. Lin Chen drove to the exit, and the security guard saw a supercar coming and quickly raised the railing. When the car passed through the gate, the security guard noticed that it was Lin Chen. Oh my goodness, he is worthy of being the owner of the building king. He has changed to a supercar. How much does this car cost? The security guard sighed as he watched the rear of the Lamborghini Veneno gradually moving away. Oh my god! Lamborghini Veneno. I actually saw a Lamborghini Veneno in Magnolia Courtyard. This is a top-notch car that is produced in limited quantities worldwide, with only a dozen of them. You can't buy it even if you have money. Lin Chen passed by a Porsche Cayenne. The Porsche owner stared at the supercar with wide eyes. What kind of big shot has come to live in this Magnolia Courtyard? On the road, a cool black supercar was speeding with a roar. The sound attracted the attention of many people. Wow! Mom, what kind of car is this? It's so cool! A little boy said, pointing at the supercar. I've never seen such a beautiful car. The young woman also looked at the car and sighed. When I grow up, I want to buy one too. And buy one for my mom too. The little boy looked at the supercar going away, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Xiaoan is so good. Mom will rely on you from now on, okay? The young woman smiled and touched the little boy's head. The little boy nodded firmly. This is a Lamborghini Veneno. I can't believe I can see such a magical car. A car enthusiast said excitedly. Senior, how do you feel? Jiang Xuewei, sitting in the top-notch car, had a red face due to excitement, but she sat very straight. It feels great. No wonder everyone likes supercars. It feels really expansive. Senior, please relax. Why are you sitting so straight? Lin Chen said with a smile. I'm afraid you'll damage it. This 100 million yuan car, if it gets damaged, I can't afford to pay for it. Jiang Xuewei said with tears in her eyes. It's fun, but the risks are also great. Although she knew that even if it was broken, her junior would not ask her to pay for it, she just couldn't get over it. I can afford it. I don't even have $50,000 on my body. I can't afford to pay for it. Jiang Xuewei quickly shook her head. Why don't you just give me your compensation? Lin Chen said with a smile. Sure. But do you really want it, Junior? Jiang Xuewei's pretty face turned red with embarrassment. How could my junior be like this? I am not mentally prepared yet. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to give myself as compensation to my junior fellow student. Jiang Xuewei became restless and looked around for something that would be easier to destroy. Lin Chen didn't expect Jiang Xuewei to say such a thing. Yes, why not? After hearing this, Jiang Xuewei made an important decision in her heart. She felt very comfortable getting along with Lin Chen. Even though he is a top billionaire, his words were not out of line. Respect her very much. What's more, the junior is young and rich, which girl wouldn't like him? Since you have feelings for your junior, why don't you pursue him? Do I have to wait until school starts and other girls notice this young, rich guy who looks like a male celebrity before I express my feelings and compete with those girls? Thinking of this, Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen solemnly. Junior, can you give me a chance to pursue you? She has never been in a relationship, but she only knows that her grandmother told her when she was a child that as a girl, if she likes a boy, she must pursue him bravely. Don't leave any regrets for yourself. It doesn't matter if you are rejected. At least you have tried your best. Lin Chen was shocked by Jiang Xuewei's words. I quickly found a spot on the roadside and stopped. Senior, are you serious? Lin Chen originally thought that after they had spent some time together, he would find an opportunity to confess his feelings to his senior. I didn't expect the senior to be so direct. She expressed her feelings to him the next day. Is this the charm of money? Even Jiang Xuewei, who had been pursued by many wealthy young men, couldn't stop it. Yes, Junior, if I don't hold on to a rich and handsome junior like you, should I give it to someone else? Jiang Xuewei said half jokingly and half seriously. But she was afraid that Lin Chen would think that she was only interested in his money, so she added another sentence. At first, when I didn't know you were rich, I had a crush on you. But now that I've discovered you're so rich, I can't let you go. Lin Chen still believed what Jiang Xuewei said. After all, he was dressed very simply yesterday, and the senior was also very enthusiastic towards him. He doesn't mind other women approaching him for money, but it will affect their status in his mind. Senior, I like you too, but confessing is something that should be done by boys. How can I let you do it? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei tenderly and said. When Jiang Xuewei heard Lin Chen's words, she suddenly felt herself enveloped by a huge joy. Senior, can you be my girlfriend? Lin Chen held the Ferrari keys and looked at Jiang Xuewei tenderly. Sure. I'd like to be your girlfriend. Jiang Xuewei covered her mouth and nodded repeatedly, the love in her eyes almost bursting out. But let's forget about the Ferrari keys. Why, are you going to reject my confession? The meaning of this car key is a bouquet of flowers. If you don't accept it, you are rejecting me. That's okay. Thinking of Lin Chen's wealth, Jiang Xuewei accepted it after a while and took the Ferrari keys. That's right, senior. Lin Chen smiled. You're still calling me senior. Jiang Xuewei said unhappily with her lips pouted. I was wrong, it should be Xuewei. Lin Chen said as he looked at the cute Jiang Xuewei who was pouting, looking at her bright red lips. An impulse surged in Lin Chen's heart. He pressed towards Jiang Xuewei. Aiken, what are you doing, Jiang Xuewei only felt a warm feeling coming over her. It was Jiang Xuewei's first time and she was a little unskilled, but gradually she responded. Lin Chen savored Jiang Xuewei's flavor with relish. Strawberry flavor. Several minutes passed. Jiang Xuewei patted Lin Chen on the back. Only then did Lin Chen let her go. The two looked at each other. Jiang Xuewei's face was flushed and she was breathing heavily. Jiang Xuewei felt like she was almost suffocating. Chapter 14 Wang Shijie. Jiang Xuewei's pretty face flushed but she insisted on looking into Lin Chen's eyes. A few seconds passed like this, and Lin Chen couldn't help it anymore. Sure enough, if couples look at each other like this for no more than 10 seconds, one of them will definitely not be able to hold back. Still coming. Jiang Xuewei begged for mercy again and again. Aiken, please take me back to school first. There will be plenty of time later. Okay, I'll let you go today. After saying that, Lin Chen kissed Jiang Xuewei's lips again and scratched Jiang Xuewei's nose with his hand. Jiang Xuewei lay limply on the passenger seat, unable to muster any strength. Jiang Xuewei, a school beauty who had never been in a relationship, was confused by Lin Chen's flirting. Ding! System task, confess to the school beauty, has been completed in excess. Congratulations to their host for critically obtaining 8% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen was delighted. Is there such an operation? 3% directly became 8%. Does that mean he now holds 10% of Penguin Holdings? Directly became the second largest Tencent shareholder after the South African newspaper industry. Lin Chen now holds a 10% stake, which is lower than South African Press's 29.3% and higher than Marting's 8.5% stake. He didn't know the details, this was just the information he had learned temporarily. I don't know whose shares the system is acquiring. System, can I ask whose shares you are purchasing? Ding! Buy out shareholders' shares. Lin Chen suddenly realized, that is to say, shareholders hold 50% of the shares, and the major shareholders' controlling stake, including Lin Chen, also accounts for 50%. Lin Chen has now become the second largest shareholder, and he holds shares individually. Then his decision will greatly affect Penguin. Lao Ma should be unable to sit still any longer. Lin Chen thought to himself. The car soon arrived at the gate of Suzhou University. Because of the new students' registration in the next 2 days, many new students and their parents are at the school gate. Therefore, the school gate seemed very crowded. But when Lin Chen's car drove towards the gate, everyone around him unconsciously made way for Lin Chen and his companion. Oh my God, What kind of car is this? I've never seen one before. Isn't it too cool? It looks just like Batman's car. Isn't this a Lamborghini Veneno? There are only a dozen of them in the world. Is it a modified one? Someone said in disbelief. Impossible, anyone who's an expert on poison can tell it's a modified poison. Is this really poison? Although it is not one of the 3 hardtop models, how could it appear in Suzhou University? A student driving a Lamborghini Gallardo murmured as he looked at Poison, who was parked behind him and preparing to enter the school. He is a Lamborghini supercar enthusiast and has liked Lamborghini supercars since he was a child. His name is Wang Shijie, and he is the grandson of Wang Junlin, chairman of Suzhou Lanzhou Group. In order to buy this Lamborghini Gallardo worth more than 4 million yuan, he studied very hard in his senior year of high school, and only after he was admitted to Suzhou University did his grandfather buy it for him. This scene was also photographed crazily by classmates and posted on the campus forum. Meeting of Lamborghini supercars. Shock. Suzhou University surprisingly found the top car of 2013 Geneva. The top rich man enrolled in Suzhou University. Suddenly, the number of messages in the entire forum reached 99 plus. Many people immediately left their dormitories just to see this top-notch car. In front of Lamborghini Veneno, all the luxury cars in the Lamborghini family have to stand aside. Except for the 6th element, of course. Classmate. Are you still going in? Stop blocking the people behind you. Wang Shijie was still looking at the Poison behind him and didn't even realize it was his turn to leave. Oh, okay. Wang Shijie finally reacted, stepped on the accelerator and drove into the campus with a roar. Hey, that car in front is pretty good too, it's a Gallardo. It looks like there are quite a few rich people in this school. Lin Chen said with interest. Jiang Xuewei looked at the car in front and asked curiously. What kind of car is this? How much is it? Lamborghini Gallardo, about 4 million. Lin Chen said lightly. More than 4 million? How much is your Ferrari? It's not my Ferrari, it's your Ferrari. Over 7 million. Lin Chen corrected her mistake with a smile. More than 7 million. You just gave me more than 7 million like that. Don't you feel bad about it? Jiang Xuewei said in surprise. Lin Chen started the car and followed the car in front into the campus with an indifferent look on his face. Why should I feel bad about giving it to my woman? Besides, I don't need this little money. Jiang Xuewei looked at the calm Lin Chen, and then remembered that he was a shareholder in Penguin, so she immediately shut up. Lin Chen found a parking space, which happened to be next to the Gallardo. After Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei got out of the car, Wang Shijie got out of the car excitedly and walked over. Brother, this car is yours. Yes? So handsome. As Wang Shijie spoke, his eyes kept glancing at the Poison beside him. Your car is pretty cool, too. Lin Chen smiled faintly. How can my car compare to yours? Your car is enough to buy dozens of my cars. I have loved Lamborghini supercars since I was a child, and today I finally saw that it is not a replica of the Poison. Lin Chen felt a headache when he saw Wang Shijie, who was so excited and talking non-stop. He also has to take Jiang Xuewei to a meeting. Classmate, I have something else to do here, so I'll take my leave now. Okay, brother, can you add me on Facebook? There will be a supercar club in Qinfu City in a few days, let's go check it out. Lin Chen thought about it for a moment and felt that it would be good to broaden his horizons, otherwise he would just be a tycoon who suddenly got rich. But he is an extremely wealthy man. Xuewei, do you want to go and have a look? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei. You decide, I'll listen to you. Jiang Xuewei said obediently while Lin Chen held her hand. That's fine. Lin Chen opened Chaoshan and showed the QR code of his business card to Wang Shijie. Okay, bro. When Wang Shijie saw that Lin Chen agreed, a look of joy appeared on his face. In fact, his super trust in Lin Chen was not all for the Lamborghini Venom. It is also to expand my network. Someone like Lin Chen who prescribes poison in college must come from a very powerful family in the country. He will definitely take over his grandfather's position in the future, even though his father is still in front of him. Okay, then I won't bother you and sister-in-law. Wang Shijie said with a smile after adding Chaoshan. When Jiang Xuewei heard the word sister-in-law, she felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart, and her impression of Wang Shijie also improved a little. Okay, let's contact each other on Chaoshan. We'll leave first. Lin Chen was also very satisfied when he heard Wang Shijie's address. Wang Shijie looked at the two people's backs as they walked away. I couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a man who prescribes poison, his girlfriend is so pretty. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Chen. Brother, my name is Wang Shijie, I'm also a freshman, studying computer science. Lin Chen felt the vibration of the phone in his pocket, took it out and saw that it was from Wang Shijie. Lin Chen, freshman, also from the computer department. After replying the message, I put my phone in my pocket. Chapter 15 Poverty Limits My Imagination Supplement. Lin Chen held Jiang Xuewei's hand and walked under the shade of the trees on campus. The shrill chirping of cicadas could be heard from the branches, and the layers of leaves were glowing green under the sunlight, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The two of them quickly walked to the meeting room in the administrative building. It's right here. You should go back first. The meeting will start in a few minutes. Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen reluctantly and said. Huh? Xuewei, you're here. Lin Chen was about to speak when a girl's surprised voice came from behind them. Wana? I thought you were in there. Lin Chen turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a girl with short hair and a very outstanding appearance. Jiang Xuewei let go of her hand and walked to Tang Wana, saying happily. Tang Wana looked at Lin Chen. Who is this? Hello, I'm Xuewei's boyfriend, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen said with a smile. Are? Xuewei's boyfriend. Tang Wana was shocked by these words. Tang Wana thought she was very beautiful, but she felt inferior in front of her best friend. Because of her outstanding appearance, she was ranked first on the list of campus beauties compiled by gossipers as soon as she entered college as a freshman. She is truly the campus belle of Shu University. Therefore, she has countless suitors, including many rich second-generation suitors. But Jiang Xuewei didn't say a word. Why did you change your personality today? You started dating a junior whom you just knew for 2 days. He gave Jiang Xuewei a look that said, go back and listen to your explanation. Then he smiled and said. Hello, my name is Tang Wana, and I'm Xuewei's best friend. At this time, several teachers came over chatting side by side. The teacher is here. There's a meeting. Chen, you should go back first. After Jiang Xuewei finished speaking, she pulled Tang Wana into the meeting room. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, turned around and went down the administrative building. After taking all the shopping items from the car, she found that she had forgotten to take the bag she bought for Jiang Xuewei. Forget it, just put it in the car first. As soon as I arrived at the dormitory and before I even entered the door, I heard Xie Wei's voice inside. Chen Xiao, are you a pig? You are being sucked into the East Emperor and you are still enlarging yourself. I threw a set over and he just happened to suck you up. What does it have to do with me? Chen Xiao retorted. Chen Xiao, come and help me guard the jungle area. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Chen opened the door and threw his clothes onto the bed. Boss, you're back. Do you want to use pesticides? Forget it, you guys play, I won't play. Lin Chen shook. Shaking his head, he had no talent for games. He was killed every time he played Chicken Dinner and lost every time he played Nongfu Spring. The three of them did not force it after hearing this. Not long after, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Liu Shu, right? Lin Chen thought to himself. Really? Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. You didn't pass the friend verification I sent you, so I called you. Liu Shu's apologetic voice sounded. When the three people who were playing games heard Lin Chen talking on the phone, they all quieted down. It's okay. What's wrong? Lin Chen knew the consultant said. Mr. Lin, since you have acquired another 8% of Penguin's shares, you now hold a total of 10% of the shares. You are now the second largest shareholder of Penguin. Since you did not accept my friend request, I called you to remind you. I will send you a meeting link on Chaoshan. Liu Shu explained. Okay, I agree right away. Lin Chen nodded in reply. Okay, then I won't disturb Director Lin's rest. After hanging up the phone, Liu Shu sat in the office and rubbed her temples. Mr. Lin sounds very young. He actually acquired 10% of Penguin's shares in just one day and became the second largest shareholder of Penguin. Marting is the second largest shareholder, and coupled with several agreements signed between South African press and Marting, Marting has the highest decision-making power in Penguin. Therefore, relative to other shareholders, the number of shares you own determines the amount of dividends you can receive. Now Lin Chen has become the second largest shareholder. Although it cannot affect Marting's rights, there will still be trouble due to disagreements. Therefore, Marting gave him a strict order, requiring Lin Chen to participate in this online meeting so that he could communicate with Lin Chen. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, he opened Chaoshan and approved Liu Xuewei's friend request. Then I found out that the junior school girl I added that day hadn't agreed yet. But after thinking about it, Lin Chen decided to give up. Now that I have a senior schoolmate, I still have to focus on my studies. Even if you have money, you can't waste it. Although he also envied the life of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. But what boy doesn't he want to? But he couldn't let senior Jiang down. After finishing the call, Lin Chen tried on the clothes and pants he bought. Sure, boss. This outfit looks great. What brand is it? Xuewei asked Lin Chen in front of the mirror. Givenchy. Xuewei said he had never heard of it. Givenchy? Boss, how much is this outfit of yours? Chen Xiao on the side got excited. He knew the brand Givenchy, a very high-end luxury brand. Less than 70,000. Lin Chen said indifferently. In fact, he wanted to find those top designers to design a few sets of clothes, since he still had tens of millions in his card. Less than 70,000. Xuewei widened his eyes and was speechless when looking at Lin Chen's outfit. I can only say that poverty limits my imagination. Xuewei originally thought that the maximum number would be nearly 10,000. Oh, boss, the counselor has informed us in the class group that we will have a meeting in classroom 305 at 3:30 to discuss some things. Chen Xiao suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked at the time and it was already 3 o'clock. Then it's about time, let's pack up and go. Good. Which one of these is the first religion? When they walked to the teaching building area, they realized that they had no idea which building was the first teaching building. There are only things like Lishua Building and Xuanxua Building. The 4 of them stood under the shade of the tree and looked at each other. Xuewei, that building is a teaching building, right? Lin Chen had no choice but to send a message to Jiang Xuewei. The one in the Xuanxua Building, har, Aiken, you were in the same situation as I was. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xuewei replied immediately. Aren't you in a meeting? You're still playing on your phone. I was just about to send you a message. The vice president of the student union has been pursuing me. I always feel that the atmosphere is a little different today. Aiken, can you come and pick me up later? When Lin Chen saw the message sent by Jiang Xuewei, his face looked a little unhappy. Okay, when you finish the meeting, I'll pick you up. It's almost 4:30. Good. Jiang Xuewei looked at the chat history between her and Lin Chen on her phone and felt a little relieved. Jiang Xuewei noticed that since the meeting started, Student Union Vice President Zhao Lei and a few of his friends sometimes whispered a few words to each other and then looked at her. Thinking back to the time when she met Hu Jiaqing after joining the Student Union, he had been pursuing her madly. Don't be discouraged even if you are rejected many times. Today she always felt that he was going to cause trouble again, which made her feel helpless. Xuewei, this guy is not going to confess his love to you again, right? Tang Wanna quietly approached Jiang Xuewei and asked in a low voice. She also noticed Zhao Lei's actions. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Have you told your junior brother? I told you he'll come pick me up later. That's good. Chapter 16, Difficulties from the Class Monitor Supplement. The first teaching is the encouragement building. Lin Chen took back his phone and spoke to Chen Xiao and others who were about to ask others. How did you know that, boss? Several people asked as they walked towards the classroom. I asked my girlfriend. Lin Chen said calmly without blushing or beating his heart. Girlfriend? Boss, you've only been here for 2 days and you already have a girlfriend. The 3 of them looked at Lin Chen in shock. Yeah, isn't this normal? Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen's calm and indifferent look, and suddenly had an urge to put his fist on his face. Who is it? You took down our boss so quickly. Xiaofei said with a smile. My girlfriend is Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei, I know, what? Jiang Xuewei. This was the first time that Xiaofei, who usually looked calm, behaved so out of control. Xuewei and Chen Xiao looked at each other. Who is Jiang Xuewei? Boss, have you captured Jiang Xuewei? After being shocked, Xiaofei covered his chest in grief. Do you know him? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. She's the campus beauty of Suzhou University. How could I not know her? As a veteran in the love field, Xiaofei knew that there was such a cold and aloof campus beauty in Suzhou University before coming to the school, and he rejected all those who pursued her. Originally, Xiaofei's target was Jiang Xuewei, but he didn't expect to be taken down by his own boss. Lin Chen became a little alert when he saw Xiaofei's distressed look. Don't set your sights on my girlfriend, Lao Sai. How is that possible? You can't cheat on your friend's wife. Speaking of which, boss, how did you manage to woo that cool school beauty? Xiaofei asked with a smug look on his face. If we can learn it, university life will become colorful. Aloof? I don't think so. Lin Chen recalled carefully. No more talking, let's go to the classroom. Xiaofei originally wanted to ask more questions, but could only keep silent unwillingly. After the four of them entered the classroom, they found seats next to each other and sat down. They felt that many girls were looking at them. Of course, I was looking at Xiaofei and Lin Chen. Soon, a short female teacher wearing glasses who looked to be in her 30s or 40s walked in. After counting the number of people and seeing that everyone was present, he nodded with satisfaction. Now that everyone is here, I'll hurry up and talk so as not to waste everyone's time. Tomorrow is the day for military training. The training uniforms have been placed on the students' beds before they entered school. 10 minutes later. Then let's move on to the last part of today, electing class committee members. Are there any students who would like to volunteer? Lin Chen and his friends had no interest in this and just watched the self-introductions and campaign pledges of several classmates on the stage with boredom. Lin Chen watched the time pass by little by little. It was almost 4:30, and he felt a little anxious. Boss, what's up? Chen Xiao and others saw Lin Chen constantly checking the time, so they showed concern. I have to pick up my girlfriend. Lin Chen explained. The three rolled their eyes and ignored him. Class monitor, please find a few students to clean up this classroom, and the rest of you can leave on your own. After the counselor finished speaking, he hurried out of the classroom. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. 5:20, he could make it. You guys go back first, I'm leaving first. After saying this, Lin Chen prepared to leave. Classmate, can you stay and clean up for a while? Lin Chen took a look and saw that it was the boy who had just successfully run for class monitor, named Zhao Fei. I have something else to do, can I find someone else? Everyone has things to do, brother. Cleaning won't take much time. Just you and this brother. After Zhao Fei finished speaking, he pointed at Xiao Fei again. He was quite handsome. Before Lin Chen and the other three entered the classroom, all the girls in the class had their eyes on him. But as soon as Lin Chen and Xiao Fei came in, the girls turned their attention to them. This made him feel a little unhappy. It's okay, boss, go do your thing first, we'll help you. Chen Xiao and Xie Wei spoke up. Okay, I'll treat you guys to dinner some other day. Chen Xiao and Xie Wei's eyes lit up when they heard this. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Fei again. Is it okay now? Of course you can, but for someone like you who doesn't listen to the class committee, I think it's necessary to talk to the counselor. Zhao Fei felt a little unwilling to see someone helping him out, and he said this in a fit of anger. I regretted the moment I said it. Sure enough, the eyes of the students who had not left yet looked at Zhao Fei strangely. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Brother, you are disgusting, aren't you? Don't be fooled by Chen Xiao's tall and thin appearance with glasses and a gentle look, he actually has a bad temper. Xiao Fei was a little confused. Why would they target me and my boss for no reason? It can't be that he's jealous that my eldest brother and I are more handsome than him, right? Lin Chen shook his head, signaling Chen Xiao and the other two not to worry about it. Then he looked at Zhao Fei with a very calm expression. As you wish. After saying that, turn around. After leaving the classroom, he walked towards the office where Jiang Xuewei was holding a meeting. Ding! Release the system task. Let Zhao Fei apologize. Reward, Patek Philippe Emerald 5961p. Lin Chen was stunned, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Just what I want. But is Zhao Lei so worthless? This should be the worst reward from the system, right? Okay, let's stop here for today. Thank you for your hard work. Let's adjourn. After the teachers left the office, Zhao Lei and a few boys came over. What do you want to do? Tang Wanna protected Jiang Xuewei behind her and looked at them vigilantly. I just want to talk to Xuewei. Zhao Lei saw the two people who were on guard and smiled stiffly. If it's a student union matter, then you can tell me. Jiang Xuewei said calmly. It's not about the student union. Do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. No, I have an appointment tonight. Jiang Xuewei shook her head unhappily. Xuewei. Zhao Lei wanted to say something but was interrupted by Jiang Xuewei. President Zhao, our relationship is not close enough for you to call me Xuewei. You should just call me by my name. Also, I have an appointment tonight. I'm going to have dinner with my boyfriend. So, please don't bother me anymore, President Zhao. After Jiang Xuewei finished speaking, she pulled Tang Wanna and prepared to leave. But he was blocked by several other boys. Xuewei, you don't have to lie to me about having a boyfriend. I'm about to graduate, and in my last days on campus, I hope you can give me a chance. Zhao Lei said with deep affection. Tang Wanna was a little angry. I say, do you still have any shame? Xuewei has already told you that you already have a boyfriend, yet you are still shamelessly sticking to her. And you guys, what do you mean by stopping us? Is this school violence? Do you believe I will tell the teacher right away? The furious Tang Wanna was like a tigress protecting her cub. Zhao Lei's face darkened after hearing what he said. The boys hesitated for a moment and then moved aside. Is senior sister Tang so fierce? Lin Chen's voice came from the door. Jiang Xuewei immediately ran over in surprise and took Lin Chen's hand. Aiken, you are here, Tilda. Lin Chen gently helped Jiang Xuewei smooth the messy hair on her forehead. Tang Wanna was also relieved when she saw Lin Chen coming. Even though she seemed so brave just now, to be honest, she was still a little scared facing several grown men. Xuewei, this is your boyfriend. Chapter 17 Dongfang is my uncle supplement. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Chen with a cold face and an unfriendly tone. I told you not to call me Xuewei, and watch your words in front of my boyfriend, Senior Zhao. Jiang Xuewei glanced at Zhao Lei with a cold expression. Junior, I see you are a freshman who has just enrolled. Can you give Xuewei a good life? If you are sensible, I hope you can leave Xuewei on your own. Zhao Lei ignored Jiang Xuewei and looked at Lin Chen and said. Senior Zhao, right? First of all, Xuewei is my girlfriend. Please don't harass my girlfriend. Secondly, what conditions can Senior Zhao provide for my girlfriend to have a good life? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Lei with interest. At least you should be like me, right? Do you know how much my house costs? You may never be able to afford a house like mine in your lifetime. Talking about this issue seemed to give Zhao Lei a lot of confidence, and he spoke with assurance. The housing prices in Qianfu are very high, almost all around 20,000 yuan, but the income is very low. A typical city with high consumption and low income. It takes at least 2 or 3 million to buy a house. Many people choose to leave Qianfu to work hard. It's simple, just because I want to have a home. My family has 5 houses, each worth 2 to 3 million. My parents even said they would give me one as my wedding house when I get married. Zhao Lei said this and looked at Jiang Xuewei's reaction. To his disappointment, Jiang Xuewei just hugged Lin Chen's arm and didn't even look at him. At this moment, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Chen was full of jealousy. I just bought a Wrangler a few days ago. Do you have all of these? Brother Lei is amazing. He can drive a car worth 500,000 or 600,000 yuan before he even graduated from college. Yes, Brother Lei, I'll have to ask Brother Lei to take care of me in the future. Zhao Lei, who was being greeted and praised by the people around him at this time, was very proud and gave Lin Chen a joking look. Tang Wanna looked at Lin Chen and then at Jiang Xuewei with some worry. Jiang Xuewei shook her head slightly. That's it? That's it? A Wrangler worth 5 or 600,000. It's not even as good as a wheel of my poison. Lin Chen smiled disdainfully. Ding! Release the system task. Slap Zhao Lei in the face. Mission reward, all storefronts in the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Does the system release tasks so frequently? Boy, be smart and leave Xuewei. She is not someone a poor boy like you can get your hands on. Zhao Lei noticed Lin Chen's expression and said with a cold face. How many houses do you have at home? Do you drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is this your capital? Forest. Chen's tone was slightly cold. Why are you acting so high and mighty here? I was planning to take Xuewei to the #1 private room of the Imperial Hotel for dinner tonight. Do you know what it means to be able to eat in the Dahao landmark room? That means you have already stepped into another class in Tianfu City. Do you know who I am as the general manager of the Imperial Hotel? Zhao Lei showed off arrogantly. The general manager of the Imperial Hotel is my father's childhood friend. It's because of him that I can eat in the #1 private room. Can you do this? Maybe you haven't even heard of it. The respectful looks from the people around him made Zhao Lei feel like he had reached a climax. Jiang Xuewei's eyes looked more and more strange when she looked at Zhao Lei at this time. I just went to the #1 private room of the Dahao Hotel to have lunch today. Lin Chen is the big boss behind the Dahao Hotel. This Zhao Lei, is he here to make people laugh? The general manager of the Imperial Hotel? Are you saying that Dongfang is your father's childhood friend? Lin Chen didn't expect that it was related to Dongfang, but now it was easy to deal with, and he could also complete the system task. You even know the name of the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. It seems you have some connections. That's right, Uncle Dong is my dad's childhood friend. Zhao Lei was slightly surprised. Since you know Uncle Dong, you should also know the difference in our time. How about this, you call your Uncle Dong and ask him if he knows someone named Lin Chen. I'll give you a chance. As long as you apologize to me, my girlfriend, and Senior Tang within half an hour, I won't hold you responsible. Lin Chen said lightly. Har ha 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 ha, you want me to call my Uncle Dong? Want me to apologize? Zhao Lei's face turned cold as if he had heard a joke. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve my apology? That's right, little brother, you are so arrogant. You are a freshman who knows nothing and has never been exposed to society. What are you doing here barking? The person next to Zhao Lei also shouted. Jiang Xuewei and Tang Wan's faces were very cold at this time. They didn't expect that the student union members who usually behaved very well and were very popular with teachers were actually so disgusting. Disgusting. However, Jiang Xuewei was not worried at all. Lin Chen's background was probably unmatched by many people in the entire Suzhou University, right? Seeing that her best friend was not worried, Tang Wan did not doubt what Lin Chen said, but was just curious about Lin Chen's background. Very good, you don't want to fight, right? Fine, I will, but if I fight you, there will be no chance of redemption, okay? Lin Chen originally thought that since they were all students, he should just take a step back and let them apologize. I didn't expect it to be so aggressive. Still. Are you pretending to be so high and mighty? I'll beat you up. I'll see how long you can keep pretending. Zhao Lei was very disdainful. Who is Dongfang? He is the general manager of one of the best 5-star international hotels in Tianfu City that integrates catering, accommodation and entertainment. You can imagine the connections I have made from sitting in this position for so many years. Will a freshman get to know you? Even if you know each other, would you give up your nephew for a freshman like you? Good. Lin Chen nodded calmly. He took out his cell phone and called Dongfang. In just a few seconds, the call was connected. Hello, Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Dongfang's respectful voice came. Do you know a man named Zhao Lei? He's from Suzhou University. He said he's your childhood friend's son. Dongfang on the other end of the line felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard something was wrong with Lin Chen's tone. Could it be that this kid has offended this gentleman? I know Mr. Lin. He is the son of my friend. Dongfang said with some trepidation. I had already cursed Zhao Lei and his father 1,000 times in my heart. He is using your name to bully others. This affects the reputation of our hotel. What do you think? Lin Chen said calmly. Dongfang on the other end of the phone was already sweating profusely. Yes. Director Lin taught me that Zhao Lei's father and I have an average relationship and we can't even be called childhood friends. If he offends Director Lin, I will help you deal with him. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Chen, who was acting so serious, and had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Only then did he notice that Lin Chen was wearing Givenchy. This set will cost at least tens of thousands. This means that Lin Chen is not a poor student. Could it be that he really knows Uncle Dong? But it does matter, I am Uncle Dong's nephew. Zhao Lei comforted himself and threw those bad thoughts out of his mind. Okay, you handle it yourself. This kid doesn't believe that I know you. He thinks I'm just a poor student. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Okay, Director Lin, I'll call this guy right away. Lin Chen hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Lei jokingly. Gone? Gone just now. When Zhao Lei saw that Lin Chen hung up the phone and nothing happened, he became more certain that Lin Chen was bluffing. No hurry, Lin Chen said with a smile, but before he finished speaking, Zhao Lei's phone rang. Yes, someone called you. Zhao Lei's face suddenly turned ugly as he looked at the number on his phone marked Uncle Dong. Did I really offend someone I shouldn't have offended? Chapter 18. Are you the boss of Dahao? Zhao Lei answered the phone anxiously. Uncle Dong, what do you want to talk to me about? Don't you know what I want to talk to you about? Don't use my name to cause trouble outside. From now on, don't call me Uncle Dong, and don't contact me in the future. Dong Fang's angry voice came. Why, Uncle Dong? Is it just because of Lin Chen? Zhao Lei said in panic. Their family was able to open a small company and do good business, largely because of the business introduced by Dong Fang. If Dong Fang no longer helped their family because of him, what was waiting for him when he got home was his father's fried pork with bamboo shoots. Why? Do you know who Lin Chen is that you have offended? Who? Zhao Lei asked subconsciously. He is the owner of our Imperial Hotel. He is also the only owner. Dong Fang hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. When Zhao Lei heard these words, he felt like a bolt from the blue. Zhao Lei put his phone back into his pocket with trembling hands, and looked at Lin Chen in front of him with a smile on his face, feeling like crying but without tears. Brother, you have such a great background, why don't you tell me? Brother Lei, what's going on? Is this kid pretending? The person next to him didn't notice Zhao Lei's pale face and looked at Lin Chen with a mocking expression. Zhao Lei ignored him and walked straight to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, please forgive me for my mistakes. Zhao Lei lowered his head humbly and asked Lin Chen for forgiveness. He knew very well that Lin Chen, who was able to become the boss of Dahao at such a young age, was not someone that a small character like him could offend. To put it another way, even if he was only the boss of Dahao, it would be enough to deal with him, and even their family would be finished. Therefore, apologizing was the only solution he could think of. Zhao Lei's actions shocked everyone who followed him, except Jiang Xuewei, who remained calm. The look he gave Lin Chen was full of admiration and love. Tang Wana looked at the humble Zhao Lei in amazement, and then looked at Lin Chen. It seems that my best friend has found a boyfriend with an unusual background. At this time, Zhao Lei's friends realized that Lin Chen's background must be extraordinary, and they ran out of the office. What if I stay in the office again and Lin Chen remembers me? They had just mocked Lin Chen. No, Senior Zhao, how dare I accept your apology? Lin Chen gave him a chance, so naturally he didn't cherish it. It was not his fault. Forrest. Brother, I didn't know you were the owner of the Dahao Hotel. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to yell in front of you even if I had 10 times the courage. Zhao Lei said bitterly. At this moment he felt that his previous behavior was like that of a clown. Lin Chen is the owner of the Dahao Hotel. Tang Wana looked at the calm Lin Chen in shock. She knew the Dahao Hotel. The rich second-generation man who had pursued her before would sometimes take her there for dinner. Such a good junior. No. This is Xuewei's boyfriend. How can I compete with Xuewei for a man? Tang Wana shook off the impure thoughts in her heart. Why? Senior Zhao really likes to bully people without background. If I were an ordinary person, what would Senior Zhao do? Lin Chen's smile gradually disappeared. This. Zhao Lei was sweating profusely but couldn't speak. He could only look at Jiang Xuewei with a pleading look, hoping that Jiang Xuewei could say a few words for him. Jiang Xuewei noticed Zhao Lei's eyes, but ignored them. When Zhao Lei mocked Lin Chen just now, she was so angry that she wanted to spray Zhao Lei to death with a mouthful of salt soda. Now you want me to say something good for you? You're dreaming. Kneel down and apologize. Admit your mistake and you can leave. Lin Chen said lightly. Zhao Lei stood there without moving, but he was struggling inside. He knew very well that if Lin Chen targeted their family, then everything he was proud of now would become a thing of the past. I'm sorry, brother Lin, I'm sorry, sister Jiang and sister Jiang Xuewei, I was wrong about this. Please forgive me. Zhao Lei knelt on the ground tremblingly, lowering his head with humiliation on his face. At this moment, he was very glad that his friends had run away. Otherwise, if they saw such an embarrassing thing, how would he survive in Suzhou University for the next year? Jiang Xuewei and Tang Wanner turned their heads away with some reluctance. Most of the anger in my heart had already dissipated. Okay, you can go now, let's forget about this matter. Lin Chen began to admire Zhao Lei a little. It's a very good deal as you can bend and stretch, and even if you lose a little face you can still preserve the family property. When Zhao Lei heard Lin Chen's words, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He quickly stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Aiken, you are amazing. Jiang Xuewei happily hugged Lin Chen and acted coquettishly. Tang Wanner's jaw dropped in shock. Is this still the Jiang Xuewei I know? Where is her previous aloof temperament? Lin Chen scratched Jiang Xuewei's small and tall nose lovingly. All right, stop showing off your love. I'm almost full. Tang Wanner complained dissatisfiedly. Jiang Xuewei stuck out her tongue at Tang Wanner before letting go of Lin Chen's hand. You naughty girl, wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back to the dormitory. Tang Wanner cursed in her heart. Sister Tang, thank you for protecting Xuewei. Lin Chen said to Tang Wanner with a grateful smile. Don't worry. Xuewei is also my best friend. This is what I should do. Tang Wanner waved her hand and said indifferently. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No, I don't want to be a light bulb anymore. I'm going back to the dormitory first. By Tilda. Tang Wanner refused, waved her hand and left. Congratulations to their host for completing the mission, slapped Zhao Lei in the face. The Greater Bay Area Commercial Street has been rewarded to their host in a reasonable way. The original business owner has added a super letter to you, please choose a suitable time to sign the transfer contract. Aiken, where are we going next Tilda? When Jiang Xuewei saw Tang Wanner leaving, she hugged Lin Chen's arms with both hands, and her beautiful big eyes blinked. Why don't we go to the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street outside the school and have a meal there? Lin Chen thought for a while and said. Mainly, Lin Chen wanted to see what the new commercial street rewarded by the system was like, and to sign the transfer contract at the same time. Okay Tilda. Lin Chen opened Chaoshan and sent a message to the representative, saying that he would go to sign the contract later and then return to the car with Jiang Xuewei. You forgot to take your bag when you got off the bus. Don't you like it? Lin Chen smiled. No, I really like this bag you gave me. I love it so much. Jiang Xuewei kissed Lin Chen. Lin Chen was attacked by surprise, and the anger in his heart suddenly rose up. Woman, you are playing with fire. Lin Chen put his arms around Jiang Xuewei's neck without saying anything and kissed her cherry lips in front of Jiang Xuewei's horrified eyes. The two kissed for several minutes before stopping when they saw Jiang Xuewei's pleading eyes. Aiken, isn't it difficult for you to breathe? Jiang Xuewei's face flushed and her body slumped in the passenger seat, she asked while gasping for breath. No. Why is it difficult to breathe? Lin Chen asked curiously. Jiang Xuewei was speechless. Well, I don't know why. Chapter 19 Signing of the Liuwan Street Transfer Contract. It took Jiang Xuewei a while to recover, and she pouted and complained. You're almost ruining it. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, started the engine, and left the campus amid the envious gazes of his classmates. Arriving at the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street, Lin Chen found a parking space, parked the car under the astonished gaze of the security guard, and then went into the commercial street with Jiang Xuewei. There are about 200 to 300 shops on this commercial street. A 200 square meter shop costs about 8 million yuan, and the rent alone is 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. The shops on the entire street are of different sizes, and it is estimated that Lin Chen can collect nearly 10 million in rent per month. What are we going to do now? Jiang Xuewei asked. I'm going to sign a contract, and after I'm done I'll go shopping with you, buy you something, and then we'll go out for dinner. How about that? It's fine to eat, but forget about shopping. You just bought me a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars today. Jiang Xuewei shook her head. Although Lin Chen was very rich, she didn't want to be a blood-sucking worm. I'm your boyfriend, so isn't it my duty to spend some money on you? Don't feel any psychological burden. Besides, senior sister Tang helped you today, shouldn't you buy something to thank her? Lin Chen smiled calmly. Okay, but you can't spend too much money. Jiang Xuewei bit her fingers lightly, thought about it, and nodded in agreement. What kind of contract are you signing? I bought a storefront on the street. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei found a cafe and sat down. Lin Chen ordered an American coffee and Jiang Xuewei ordered a cappuccino. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and sent the location to the original owner of the shop. At this time, the waitress brought another cup of macchiato. Hello, we didn't order this cup. Jiang Xuewei looked at the coffee in front of her with some confusion. This is a gift from our boss. He said he hopes to be friends with you. The waitress had an ambiguous smile on her face. Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen turned around and saw a man in a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers looking at them with a smile at the bar. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Beauty is really a disaster. No, my boyfriend is right here. Jiang Xuewei politely declined and handed the coffee back to the waiter. The smile on the waitress's face froze. She didn't want to come in the first place as there was only a man and a woman there, but her boss insisted that she come. She looked back at her boss. Seeing that her boss didn't look happy but still nodded, she took the coffee. Excuse me. The waitress bowed, apologized and left. Aiken, I did a great job. Jiang Xuewei raised her little face, looking like she was about to praise me. Lin Chen touched Jiang Xuewei's head lovingly. Of course it's great, Tilda. He. Jiang Xuewei was as happy as a kindergarten kid who got a red flower. The boss who was watching the two of them looked even uglier. He noticed Jiang Xuewei the moment she came in. His first feeling was amazement. Very beautiful and pure. More elegant than any other woman he had ever seen. He couldn't help but be tempted, and he was willing to give it a try even though she might have a boyfriend. As long as their hoe is used well, there is no corner that cannot be dug. Beautiful lady, can you give me your contact information? After thinking for a long time, the boss decided to be shameless. Jiang Xuewei looked up at the boss in surprise. Didn't the waitress explain herself clearly just now? I have a boyfriend, no thanks. Jiang Xuewei said with a cold expression. Lin Chen was also speechless. Beauty, you should be a college student nearby, right? In this society, being handsome is useless. The most important thing is whether you have the ability. I am 26 years old and I opened a cafe of more than 200 square meters on this commercial street. The monthly turnover is about 150,000 yuan, and the net profit is about 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Beauty, add a super letter, please. You can definitely make a better choice. After the boss finished speaking, he gave Lin Chen a provocative look. He was very confident that when the girl heard that he could earn 70,000 to 80,000 yuan a month, she would definitely agree to add her on WeChat. No need, I've already told you I have a boyfriend, and it's none of my business how much you make a month, please don't bother me and my boyfriend. Jiang Xuewei's tone had become somewhat impatient. 70,000 or 80,000 a month. How much does my Aiken earn in 1 minute? In 2023, Penguin can probably earn more than 700,000 a minute. Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen, and Lin Chen just sneered lightly and didn't say anything. The boss was already a little unhappy about being rejected, and he became even angrier when he heard Lin Chen sneer. Little brother, do you look down on 70,000 or 80,000 yuan a month? Can a student like you earn 70,000 or 80,000 yuan a month? The boss is disdainful and... She looked at Lin Chen opposite Jiang Xuewei with some jealousy. He is really handsome, no wonder he can charm this beautiful girl. This seems to have nothing to do with you, boss. Lin Chen picked up the coffee, took a sip, and said lightly. The boss choked and didn't know how to respond. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? At this time, the original owner of the shop rushed over according to Lin Chen's description. So young? She must be only 21 or 22 years old at most. She has the money to buy a shop on a commercial street worth more than 1 billion. I am. Lin Chen took a look at the well-dressed middle-aged man in front of him. Uncle Sun. Why are you here? The shop owner saw Sun Yang and asked in surprise and flattering manner. Isn't he Uncle Sun preparing to sign a transfer contract with Boss Lin? It's Xuewei. Mr. Lin has booked a place in your cafe, so I came directly to sign the transfer contract. Sun Yang glanced at the owner of the coffee shop and recalled carefully in his mind, then he remembered that his surname seemed to be Wei. Sign the contract. Mr. Lin. Could it be that? Wei Chao looked at Lin Chen in horror. The boss of the commercial street is this college student. Uncle Sun, are you mistaken? This is just a college student. How could he be the new owner of this commercial street? Wei Chao asked unwillingly. He just offended Lin Chen greatly by trying to poach people right in front of him. How could I be wrong? Mr. Lin and I were scheduled to meet at table number 43 in your coffee shop. Sun Yang said, then looked at Wei Chao with some suspicion. You won't offend Mr. Lin, will you? I wouldn't offend you, but Mr. Wei, you shamelessly asked for my girlfriend's contact information in front of me. Isn't that a bit bad? Lin Chen took a sip of coffee leisurely and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Sun Yang quietly distanced himself from Wei Chao. To be able to buy this commercial street at such a young age, one can imagine how powerful the other party's background is. He doesn't want to be implicated. Wei Chao turned pale when he heard this. If Lin Chen doesn't rent the shop to him, all his efforts will be in vain. Stores are particularly hard to find in commercial streets like Liuwan Street, which is home to several surrounding universities. It's common sense that college students' money is the easiest to make. There is only one position for each person. Where can I find such a good position? Thinking of this, Wei Chao wanted to slap himself. Chapter 20. Accompanying Jiang Xuewei to visit the pet store. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I offended you and your girlfriend. Let me pay for your coffee today. Do I need a few cups of coffee? Lin Chen looked at Wei Chao with some amusement. Wei Chao's face turned pale and he was speechless. Okay, is it okay for me and my girlfriend to come here and drink coffee for free from now on? Okay. From now on, Mr. Lin and your friends can have free coffee. Wei Chao was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Lin Chen would choose to let him go. As for the free coffee, can those cups of coffee compare to this shop? It turns out that truly rich people have a different perspective. Wei Chao looked at Lin Chen with gratitude and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since Mr. Lin has forgiven you, go and do your thing. Mr. Lin and I still have something to discuss. Sun Yang smiled. Okay. Then you chat with Mr. Lin. I'll leave first. Wei Chao behaved in a very humble manner. Everyone in the cafe heard something to some extent. Knowing that two important people had come to discuss something, everyone lowered their voices involuntarily. In fact, the main reason why Lin Chen chose to let Wei Chao go was because he did not go too far. It is normal for your girlfriend to attract the attention of other men because she is so beautiful. If you have to deal with every person who offends you in the slightest, you will be exhausted. Instead, choosing to let go of the appropriate people can reflect your own character. Sun Yang was thoughtful enough to ask the waiter to bring some cakes. Sun Yang took out 2 contracts. Lin Chen didn't doubt it. He took a quick look at it and signed it directly. The main thing is that this is a reward from the system, how could it be fake? Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you. Now this commercial street is yours. Sun Yang stood up with his contract in his hand, satisfied, and extended his hand to Lin Chen. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Chen also stood up, shook hands with Sun Yang and smiled faintly. After Sun Yang left, Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei also got up and left the cafe. This made Wei Chao, who had been paying attention to Lin Chen, breathe a sigh of relief. Aiken, is this street yours now? Jiang Xuewei looked at the crowded Liuwan street, a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. She suddenly felt that she was not worthy of Lin Chen at all, even though she was the school belle. For someone with Lin Chen's status, school beauty. Just things. Lin Chen noticed that Jiang Xuewei was in a low mood, so he put his arm around her shoulders. No, it should be said that it is ours. Lin Chen smelled the fragrance of Jiang Xuewei's hair and a smile appeared on his lips. Jiang Xuewei felt Lin Chen's warm embrace and suddenly felt very safe. Her attachment to Lin Chen increased a little more. He turned around and hugged Lin Chen. "Grandma, I think I found the person you mentioned," Jiang Xuewei murmured in a voice that only she could hear. "Isn't that Jiang Xuewei, our school's most beautiful girl? Why is she hugging a guy? Where is she? Holy crap! It really is true. My wife is hugging another man. My youth is over." After all, Liuwan Street is near the school, and the two of them will inevitably be noticed by people from the same school. Especially Jiang Xuewei is the campus belle of Suzhou University. Naturally, the two of them also heard the exclamations of those people. Jiang Xuewei blushed and let go of her hand, and used her hair to ease her shyness. "Let's go to that pet store, shall we? Chen, do you like cats and dogs and stuff like that?" Jiang Xuewei pointed to a pet store called Maichong Pet Store and said cheerfully. She likes cats and dogs very much, and she would go in to take a look every time she and Tang Wana came to Liuwan Street. Although I didn't buy anything, it was still fun to take a look. "Well, let's go." Lin Chen nodded. It can be seen that Jiang Xuewei likes small animals very much. "I thought that I would definitely move to Magnolia Court No. 1, and then I would raise some cats and dogs that Jiang Xuewei liked. Maybe Jiang Xuewei would be willing to live with me." Jiang Xuewei took Lin Chen's hand and walked quickly towards Maichong Pet Shop. When those people saw that they were out of their sight, they took out their mobile phones and secretly took a picture and posted it on the campus forum. Shocked Jiang Xuewei, who rejected countless suitors, actually. Just a few tens of seconds after it was posted, the topic instantly jumped to the top. Looking at this profile and back view, it really is Jiang Xuewei. I've already broken up before I even fell in love. +1 to the one above. Why do I seem to have seen this guy before? I remember. He seems to be the junior who drove the Ferrari SF90 on the day of freshman enrollment. Isn't it said that Jiang Xuehua always disdains the children of rich families? This man. I love you so much. The one above, stop being horny. Several people looked at the post that went viral instantly, with a hint of shock on their faces. She really deserves to be the campus belle of Suzhou University, such popularity. Zhao Fei, who had just finished the task assigned by his counselor, was bored and browsed the campus forum for a while. Huh? Why does this face look so much like that handsome guy in our class? Zhao Fei looked at the photos in the post with doubt. Go shopping and cuddle with the school beauty. The freshmen drive the Ferrari SF90 into the school. Zhao Fei's face gradually turned pale. The freshman drove a Ferrari worth millions when he entered school, so his background must be impressive. I offended him this afternoon. When Zhao Fei thought of this, he became more and more uneasy, as if there was a huge stone hanging in his heart. The two people who were still in the pet shop were completely unaware of what was happening. Aiken, look at this ragdoll cat, it's so cute. Jiang Xuewei looked at the ragdoll cat in front of her, whose pure white fur was dotted with grey patterns and whose eyes were as blue as gems. She could hardly hide the little stars in her eyes. The ragdoll cat seemed to sense Jiang Xuewei's gaze. It was originally lying lazily in the cage, but now it stretched out its little paws and placed them on the cage, as if it wanted to touch Jiang Xuewei's face. That cute look instantly captured Jiang Xuewei's heart. Wow! This ragdoll cat is so cute. It even wants to touch me, did you see that, Aiken? Jiang Xuewei excitedly shook Lin Chen's arm, but her eyes were always on the ragdoll cat. If you like it, buy it and keep it. Lin Chen touched Jiang Xuewei's head, his eyes full of tenderness. Is it really possible? But it seems troublesome to keep a cat on campus. Jiang Xuewei was very moved when she heard Lin Chen's words, but she spoke hesitantly. These are all small matters. I can handle it. Besides, this kitten belongs to you and me. It is very memorable. Jiang Xuewei's eyes softened as she looked at the ragdoll cat. Boss, we want this ragdoll cat. Seeing that Jiang Xuewei had no objection, Lin Chen smiled slightly and spoke directly to the female owner. When the female shop owner heard that there was business coming, she hurried over. We want this ragdoll cat. A female voice sounded beside Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Why did he always encounter people like this looking for trouble recently? Chapter 21. Why are you here to cause trouble again? The woman who spoke looked at the two of them with great pride. Xuewei, I'm sorry, I want this ragdoll cat too. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Xuewei, do you know her? Jiang Xuewei looked at the woman in front of her with a grim expression and nodded at Lin Chen. Her name is Hanchichi. She's my roommate, but we don't have a good relationship. Lin Chen suddenly realized that's how it is. Lin Chen thought he had the aura of a protagonist, and anyone would want to come and stir up trouble, but then he would be slapped in the face by himself. It turned out to be because of Xuewei. Hanchichi always felt that Jiang Xuewei was pretending to be noble, and she ignored all the rich second-generation men who pursued her. Also, why is she the department belle and Jiang Xuewei is the campus belle? She would never admit that she was jealous of Jiang Xuewei. She saw that the man next to Jiang Xuewei was dressed like a rich man, but so what? Her boyfriend is a relative of the chairman of the Langzhou group, and his status and position are not comparable to those of ordinary rich second generations. The man next to her looked at Jiang Xuewei with a hint of greed, and then looked at Lin Chen next to Jiang Xuewei with a little jealousy. I'm sorry, my girlfriend also likes this ragdoll cat, so I have to ask you two to give it up. The man put away the greed in his eyes and looked at Lin Chen arrogantly. Everything has to be first come first served, right? Jiang Xuewei's face was cold. It is indeed the ragdoll cat that these two wanted first. There is another ragdoll cat over there that is also very cute. The female shop owner spoke to Hanchichi and the other person with an apologetic look on her face, but was interrupted by Hanchichi before she could finish her words. Haven't you paid me yet? If you haven't paid me, why can't I compete? The female owner was in a dilemma. Your ragdoll cat is priced at 89.99. I'll buy it for 12,000 yuan. The man looked at the female shop owner in front of him and said with a smile. The female shop owner was obviously tempted. Who doesn't he want to make more money? Thank you, baby Tilder. Hanchichi kissed the man happily and gave Jiang Xuewei a provocative look. Jiang Xuewei's pretty face turned red with anger. She wanted to give up but couldn't bear to do so. She always felt that this little cat liked her very much. Seeing that Jiang Xuewei was unhappy, Lin Chen also became a little angry. Originally, he didn't want to interfere too much in what happened in their dormitory, but since that man insisted on coming in and getting involved, don't blame me. Comparing financial strength. I, Lin Chen, am not afraid. I'll give you 20,000. Lin Chen's expression was calm. At this time, the people around also noticed that several people were bidding. Is this ragdoll cat so valuable? 20,000 for one. Didn't you see the price tag of 8,999? This is obviously a contradiction and they are deliberately raising the price. The man's face darkened at the discussion of the people around him. Young people in their 20s are already very concerned about their reputation. If they lose to the boyfriend of their girlfriend's enemy at this time, wouldn't they be completely embarrassed? How could he raise his head in front of Hanchichi? I'll give you 50,000. The man gritted his teeth and increased the amount to 50,000 in one breath. Then he whispered a threat in Lin Chen's ear. I am a relative of the chairman of the Langzhou group. My name is Wang Haoren. Please give me some face. It's not that he can't afford the money, but he is afraid that if this matter gets out of hand, it will have a bad impact. If his second uncle knew that he did this in public for a woman. Lin Chen became interested when he heard this. Langzhou Group. One of China's top 500 companies. This is indeed a big deal, but it's not enough. 100,000. Lin Chen ignored her and continued to raise the price. Ding. System task released. Let Wang Haoren apologize. Reward, leopard license plate number, Xuewei 88888. Because the limit of tasks triggered today has been reached, the rewards will be distributed tomorrow. Is there also a saying about triggering the task limit? Wang Haoren's face became even gloomier after hearing this. Haoren. Why is it you? A person squeezed into the crowd and looked at Wang Haoren in surprise. Wang Haoren turned around and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Brother, why are you here? I just wanted to buy a cat for my girlfriend, but this couple insisted on snatching it from me, so I had no choice but to raise the price. After hearing this, Wang Shijie frowned and looked at Hanchichi. When Hanchichi heard that he was Wang Haoren's brother, she immediately lost her arrogance. At this moment, being stared at by Wang Shijie, she became even more nervous. She heard from Wang Haoren that his cousin, Wang Shijie, the grandson of the chairman of Langzhou Group, was also studying at Suzhou University. Isn't this the guy who drove that $4 million supercar that day? Jiang Xuewei whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. It turns out that Wang Shijie is Wang Haren's brother, which means he is also from the Wang family of Lanzhou Group. Wang Shijie heard the noise and came over to take a look, only to find that it was Wang Haren. My old man hates this kind of behavior the most. I have always adhered to the principle of being low-key in life and high-key in work. Wang Haren was just the child of a distant relative of his grandfather. After his grandfather became rich, he received some favors and his life became better. Wang Shijie discovered Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei at this time. Brother Lin. Sister-in-law. Wang Shijie greeted. Wang Haren and Han Shichie's hearts skipped a beat. They actually knew Wang Shijie? And they were so humble when they addressed him. Han Shichie knew Jiang Xuewei's background, so the first person to be ruled out was the man named Brother Lin. Could it be that Jiang Xuewei's boyfriend has a higher status than the grandson of the chairman of Lanzhou Group? Han Shichie felt regretful in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would not have provoked Jiang Xuewei. Wang Haren looked at Wang Shijie and the other two nervously. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Wang Haren. Is this your brother? I'm a distant cousin. Wang Shijie explained. Is there some misunderstanding? Lin Chen drives a Lamborghini Veneno, which is worth nearly 100 million yuan and is produced in limited quantities of more than a dozen units worldwide. His identity and background must be extraordinary, so he will not offend him easily. Unless Lin Chen went too far in this matter. Ask your brother. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Jiang Xuewei also looked at Wang Haren and the others angrily. Knowing that Lin Chen's background must be extraordinary, the two of them suddenly became nervous. Wang Shijie had a general idea in his mind based on the attitudes of the two and his own understanding of this distant cousin. Wang Shijie's face darkened and he turned to look at Wang Haren. What's going on? Wang Haren knew that the two knew each other, so he didn't dare to exaggerate anything and could only bite the bullet and tell the story. After listening to this, Wang Shijie glared at Wang Haren fiercely, and then glanced at Han Shichie with a slightly cold expression. Han Shichie couldn't help but stick closer to Wang Haren. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. This is indeed Haren's fault. Wang Shijie said to Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei apologetically. Why don't you come over and apologize? Wang Shijie turned his head and looked at Wang Haren, winking at him with a rather unpleasant tone. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I went too far today. Wang Haren saw Wang Shijie winking at him and quickly apologized. He became more and more curious about Lin Chen's background. Han Shichie just stayed where she was without moving at all. Wang Haren saw his cousin's face darken, and quickly pulled Han Shichie, signaling her to apologize quickly. Han Shichie shook off Wang Haren's hand, turned around and left the pet shop directly. Chapter 22 I only have a small fortune. You want me to apologize to Jiang Xuewei? Dream on. If I apologize, I will meet Jiang Xuewei every day in the dormitory. Wouldn't it be embarrassing? At worst, I can just change my boyfriend. I'm not bad looking anyway. Wang Haren looked at Han Shichie in confusion as she walked away. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijie looked at his disappointing cousin. Look what you're looking for. Wang Haren lowered his head dejectedly. Since being with Han Shichie, he has spent a lot of money on her, and Han Shichie has also shown that she loves him very much. I didn't expect that I would get into trouble today for helping her, and I asked her to apologize but left. Buzz Tilder. Wang Haren's phone vibrated. Open it and take a look. Let's break up. A message came into view. Wang Haren was not angry, nor did he ask her why she did this. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry for disturbing you and sister-in-law's interest because of such a woman. Lin Chen was a little surprised. This attitude is obviously much more sincere than before. It's okay. Since you are Wang Shijie's brother, let's just forget about it. Lin Chen smiled. Ding! The task of making Wang Haren apologize has been completed. Because the mission rewards received today have reached the limit, the rewards will be distributed tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you free tonight? I'll treat you and sister-in-law to a meal as an apology. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haren's performance with satisfaction. He finally looked a bit like a member of the Wang family. You have to learn to read people's expressions and know what to provoke and what not to provoke. I'm fine with either. It depends on my girlfriend. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei tenderly. Jiang Xuewei felt warm in her heart. Sure, no problem. Jiang Xuewei knew that the Wang brothers were not ordinary people, and it would always be beneficial for her boyfriend to have a good relationship with them. What is the most important thing in this society? Of course, it is connections. Thank you very much, brother Lin and sister-in-law, for your kindness. Wang Haoren was naturally very happy to see that the two agreed. From the cousin's attitude, it can be seen that Lin Chen's identity and background are not ordinary. If he can get to know such a person, it will be of great benefit to him. Cousin, are you going too? Of course I'll go. I want to chat more with brother Lin. Why, you don't want me to go? Wang Shijie scolded with a smile. No, how could it be? Wang Haoren shrank his neck. Brother Lin, are you driving? How about I take your seat? My brother must be driving a supercar, which can only seat one person. I drive a 2-box Mercedes, which is just big enough to take you and your sister-in-law there. Wang Haoren spoke very carefully. No need, I have my own car, just send me the location and we can go there ourselves. Lin Chen refused. After Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei got in the car, they received the location sent by Wang Shijie. Emperor again. Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From yesterday to today, including this evening's meal, he had eaten at Dahao. I'm going to your territory again, Tilda. Jiang Xuewei joked. Lin Chen smiled but said nothing. When Lin Chen arrived at the door of Dahao, Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren were already there. Look, cousin. Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Oh my god, how rich must one be to be able to afford this car? Wang Haoren was very envious. There are still many people who can afford a Lamborghini Veneno, but those who can let themselves or their descendants drive a Lamborghini Veneno are extremely rich. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoren's surprised and envious expression and laughed secretly in his heart. He couldn't wait to see Wang Haoren's expression when he found out that it was Lin Chen's car. When Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei got out of the car, Wang Haoren's eyes widened. This car belongs to brother Lin. Wang Haoren was so excited that he stuttered. He became even more determined to make friends with Lin Chen. He didn't expect that he would turn a disaster into a blessing and meet a top-rich second generation like Lin Chen. How long have you been waiting? Lin Chen pulled Jiang Xuewei closer and asked with a faint smile. It didn't take long. Brother Lin, your car is so cool. Wang Haoren glanced at Lin Chen's car of poison from time to time, and the desire in his eyes was almost overflowing. Okay, let's go upstairs and eat first, shall we? Good. Hello, Director Lin. Lin Chen and his group walked into their hall, and Liu Jing at the front desk's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen. But when she noticed Jiang Xuewei being held by Lin Chen, the light in her eyes disappeared again. Lin Chen nodded at Liu Jing. Director Lin. Brother Lin, this Dahao is your property. Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren both looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Dahao is still very famous in the circle of powerful people in Qianfu City. Those who can dine in the private room of Dahao's Qiandi are all well-known figures in the whole Qianfu City. This shows how important Emgrand is. Well, I just acquired it a few days ago. It's just a small business, not worth mentioning. Lin Chen nodded. Admit. Sharp. Even Wang Shijie couldn't help but marvel. You have to know that the market value of the entire Lanzhou group is only more than 80 billion yuan, and this Dahao hotel would probably cost at least several billion yuan, right? Small industries are not worth mentioning? In Lin Chen's eyes, Dahao, with a market value of tens of billions, is just a small industry. This shows Lin Chen's background. Only then did Wang Haoren deeply realize what kind of person he almost offended, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Lin Chen felt like he was almost treating Dahao as his own, and he had been going there a lot these past 2 days. Because of Wang Shijie's relationship, Wang Haoren booked private room number 5. Director Lin, do you need to move you and your friend to room number 1? No need, let's go to room 5. By the way, tell Dongfang that room 1 will not be open to the public anymore. Yes. Director Lin. Lin Chen and his group walked towards the elevator entrance. Liu Jing couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Jiang Xuewei's back. Perhaps only a beautiful woman like this can be worthy of Mr. Lin. After ordering the food, several people chatted. Wang Shijie, are you and Wang Haoren both from the Lanzhou group? Brother Lin, you can call me Shijie and call him Haran. You can call him sister-in-law that, too. Yes, my grandfather is Wang Shilin. When Wang Shijie said this, he couldn't help but look very proud. He has been his grandfather's idol since he was a child. His ability is evident from the fact that he was able to found the Langzhou Group with a market value of 80 to 90 billion yuan. Jiang Xuewei suppressed her inner shock and looked calm. You can't act like you haven't seen the world. You can't embarrass Aiken. Jiang Xuewei felt as if the first 20 years of her life were lived in vain. Only after coming into contact with the real upper class did she realize how small her previous world was. So he's the son of the Langzhou Group. Lin Chen joked, and he couldn't help but want to make friends with him. Even if we have a system, we can't always fight alone, right? Brother Lin, you are joking. Wang Shijie waved his hand. By the way, Brother Lin, what does your family do? Being able to prescribe poison must be something special, right? Wang Shijie asked curiously. Jiang Xuewei and Wang Shijie also pricked up their ears to listen. My parents are just workers, there's nothing much to say. Lin Chen said lightly. Several people looked unconvinced, thinking that Lin Chen was not in a position to say it, so they stopped asking. As for me, I only have a few small assets. I own a storefront on a street, a hotel, and some shares in Penguin. Chapter 23 The Shocked Wang Brothers. Shares of Penguin. The two Wang brothers exclaimed in unison. Brother Lin, are you talking about the Penguin company that ranks in the top 20 of the Fortune 500? Wang Haran's face was filled with shock. The size of the Penguin can be said to be extremely huge, ranking 17th in the world, a true giant. Even if Lin Chen only owned a few tenths of a percent of Penguin's shares, it would be very impressive. Which other Penguin would there be? Lin Chen looked at Wang Haran with amusement. Brother Lin, I haven't heard that Penguin has any new shareholders recently. Wang Shijie was a little confused. He knew all the shareholders of Penguin, and Lin Chen was definitely not one of them. You should know in a few days. Lin Chen gave a bland explanation and the waiter brought in the dishes. Dongfang also came along. The two young masters of the Wang family. How could they be with Director Lin? When Dongfang came in, he saw Wang Shijie and Wang Haran at a glance. Director Lin, Miss Jiang. Director Lin, I am here too. I know what you're going to say. Let's talk later. I'm going to have dinner with my friends now. Lin Chen picked up a piece of duck meat with chopsticks, thought it tasted good, and picked up another piece for Jiang Xuewei. Okay, Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you and the two young masters of the Wang family from having dinner. Dongfang had no choice but to retreat after hearing this. After eating and drinking, they got up and prepared to go back to school. Dongfang was already waiting at the door. Shijie, you and Haran go first. I have something to take care of. Lin Chen looked at the Wang brothers. Okay, then Brother Lin, we'll leave first. After the two left, Lin Chen looked at the general manager of Dahao in front of him. Dongfang, do you still want to continue working in this position? Dongfang broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. This position is very important to him. With this position, he has made many connections and earned $1 million a year. Director Lin, I still want to continue, please give me this opportunity. Jiang Xuewei couldn't bear it and pulled Lin Chen's hand. She had a good impression of Dongfang. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Xuewei's delicate little hand. Since you have worked in the hotel for so many years and have made some contributions, I will give you this opportunity. Do you know why I'm a little unhappy with you? Lin Chen looked indifferently at Dongfang, who was relieved. Is it because of my friend's child? Dongfang noticed Lin Chen's expression and asked tentatively. Lin Chen shook his head. That's not your fault. Your mistake was that you made an exception and let him enter the ground-level private room just because he was your nephew. Why has Dahao become a gathering place for all the dignitaries? Apart from the excellence of the hotel itself, you don't need to tell me any more reasons, right? I understand, Director Lin. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again in the future. Dongfang immediately assured. Okay, work hard, I won't treat you unfairly. Who said Dahao can only be in Qianfu? Don't you think so? Lin Chen said meaningfully. Dongfang couldn't help but feel excited after hearing this. What Director Lin said was to hint that if he worked hard, the Emgrand would probably be opened nationwide in the future, and he Director Lin, I will definitely work hard and won't let you down. Dongfang, a man in his 40s, felt like he was back in his 20s and was full of energy. Jiang Xuewei held Lin Chen's hand and felt very proud. This is my man. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Chen looked at Dongfang's condition with satisfaction. Give your subordinates a beating and then give them a sweet date or promise them a pie in the sky. This is the way to control your subordinates. Director Lin, please keep this card. Dongfang took out a black card and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the supreme card of the Imperial Hotel. There is only one now. Dongfang explained. This card actually represents status. Originally, there was no supreme card, only silver, gold, and diamond cards. This supreme card was made temporarily. Lin Chen took the card and looked at it in his hand. The touch is very good. The card is all black, and in the upper right corner of the card is inlaid with a dazzling diamond, sparkling with dazzling light. This diamond is not only a decoration, but also an anti-counterfeiting mark of the black card, ensuring the uniqueness of the card. The whole card exudes a mysterious and noble atmosphere. Jiang Xuewei seemed to like the style of this card very much. She took it from Lin Chen and played with it in her hand. That's thoughtful. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. As long as Director Lin likes it. Lin Chen sent Jiang Xuewei downstairs to the dormitory. Aiken, shall I go up first? Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen with some reluctance. Lin Chen gently put his arms around Jiang Xuewei's slender waist, then bent down and kissed her. After a while, their lips and teeth separated. Well, go ahead. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei, whose face was blushing with shame, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Bad guy. After Jiang Xuewei finished speaking, she turned around and entered the dormitory building. Lin Chen didn't turn around and leave until Jiang Xuewei's back disappeared. Back to the dormitory. Boss. Do you know that you have been on the campus forum? Hot list. As soon as Lin Chen entered the door, Chen Xiao and Xie Wei surrounded him excitedly. What? Lin Chen was confused. Chen Xiao opened the campus forum and showed Lin Chen the popular post. When you went shopping with the campus beauty of Jiang University today, someone secretly photographed you and posted it on the campus forum. Boss, now you are the public enemy of all the boys in the school. And more. The fact that you drove a Ferrari to school was also exposed, and now people are saying that the school beauty Jiang is dating a rich young man. Xie Wei also interrupted. Lin Chen looked closely and saw that it was indeed the afternoon when he and Xue Wei were being intimate on Liulang Street. The campus paparazzi are really everywhere. Lin Chen quickly took out his cell phone and called Jiang Xuewei. What's wrong, Aiken? You missed me, Tilder. Jiang Xuewei's playful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xiao and Xie Wei in the dormitory were dancing excitedly but didn't dare to speak, which made Lin Chen laugh. I must have missed you. Have you read the campus forum? Lin Chen's gentle voice made Jiang Xuewei's heart melt on the other end of the phone. I saw it. Wana told me as soon as I got back to the dormitory. Don't mind what those people on the forum say. They are just jealous that you have such an outstanding boyfriend. After hearing this, the two people in the dormitory said they couldn't stand it and ran to the balcony where they could out of sight and out of mind. Har 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 har, Aiken, why are you so cute, Tilder? Yes, my boyfriend is the best person in the world, Tilder. The two chatted for a few minutes and then hung up. I must have missed you, Tilder. Chen Xiao and Xie Wei imitated female voices and cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. Get out of here, you two are so disgusting. Lin Chen scolded with a smile. Where's Xiao Fei? Why hasn't he returned to the dormitory yet? Seeing that Xiao Fei had not come back yet, Lin Chen asked in confusion. It seems that the fourth student has gone out to play with a female student. So, we are the only two left in the dormitory to depend on each other. Chen Xiao sighed. Yes, boss. Are there any single girls among the campus beauties of Jiang University? Please introduce some to me and the second brother. Lin Chen's mind flashed with Tang Wan's domineering protection of her friend and Han Chichi's green tea attitude of calling Wang Haran baby. I couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, you can't hold it. Cut. Chen Xiao and Xie Wei rolled their eyes and went to play games. Lin Chen looked at these two funny guys and shook his head helplessly. Have the military training uniforms been distributed? Lin Chen asked while looking at the army green clothes on the table. Yes, those class leaders brought it over. Chen Xiao replied. Chapter 20 for military training begins. Liu Shu then sent a meeting link. Mr. Lin, this is the meeting invitation link for tomorrow morning. The meeting will start on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll participate. Lin Chen thought that there would be military training for freshmen tomorrow, but it shouldn't be a problem to explain the situation and ask for leave, right? The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. It was the bell set by Xuewei. Today is the day when military training begins. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and saw that it was only 7:30. He sent a good morning message to Jiang Xuewei and got out of bed to wash up. Olfer hasn't come back yet. It seems like he had a lot of fun last night. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei's empty bed with some envy. Yes, we have to gather soon. I don't know if the fourth one can make it in time. Xia Wei also echoed. Bang! Xiao Fei opened the door immediately. Hurry up, I see a lot of people in military uniforms downstairs walking towards the playground. Xiao Fei rushed in, changing into his military uniform while urging the three people who were washing up. All four, you still remember to come back. We can't accommodate you in 515 anymore. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei jealously. You're just jealous that I can stay out all night with my sister. Xiao Fei changed his clothes at the speed of light and refuted. Chen Xiao smiled awkwardly when his thoughts were exposed. Several people changed into military uniforms and came to the playground, which was already crowded. According to the message sent in the class group, the four of them took a long time to find their class's team. After the leader on the stage gave a passionate speech, the instructors formed a neat column and ran into the playground. All the boys and girls in the class were separated and infiltrated into other classes. The instructor assigned to Lin Chen's team looked very strong and it was obvious that he was not easy to talk to. I am your instructor. My name is Zhang Dazhu. For the next 7 days, you will all be under my charge. Zhang Dazhui looked at his classmates with a serious expression while checking their attire. You! Get out of line. Zhang Dazhui pointed at a classmate. The classmate walked out nervously. Why did you come to the military training wearing slippers? I didn't have time to change. Next time you answer a question, add a report to the instructor before your answer. Try again. Report to the instructor. There is no time to change. Is that a reason? You'll have 10 minutes to change. Run 2 laps as punishment. Why do I have to run 3 laps? The boy was a little unconvinced. Because I'm your instructor. If you don't want to, you can go talk to the counselor. The boy had no choice but to go back to the dormitory to change his shoes. After the previous incident of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the team was obviously much more obedient, and everyone stood straight. Practice military posture now. Let's try it out for an hour. After Zhang Dazhui finished speaking, he walked to the side and sat under the shade of a tree, looking at everyone. More than 40 minutes later. Boss, I feel like I'm going to die. Chen Xiao was originally rather thin, and after standing in military posture for more than 40 minutes, he began to stagger and looked unstable. Hold on, it should be soon. Lin Chen was sweating profusely from being exposed to the sun. He hadn't exercised much to begin with, and he felt that his body was not as good as it was in junior high school. In junior high school, I could run 1,000 meters in 3 minutes and 20 seconds in the physical exam, but now. Ding! System task released. Stand at military posture for 1 hour. Reward, a strong body. Ding! Yesterday's rewards have been released. Leopard, Xuewei 88888 has been replaced with Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Chen was delighted. This system was really a good thing. Another 10 minutes passed. Sit down and rest right here. Everyone sat down all at once as if they had heard the sound of nature. Ding! The 1-hour military posture mission has been completed. System rewards have been issued. A system prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind, and then a warm current surged out and changed Lin Chen's body. The comfortable feeling made Lin Chen almost unable to hold back and scream out. Even the legs that had felt weak after standing in military posture for an hour became strong. Boss, can we go buy some water now? I'm dying of thirst. Chen Xiao sat on the ground rubbing his legs. Why don't you go and ask? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei, who was sitting under the shade of a tree and chatting with other instructors. Forget it, forget it. Chen Xiao recalled the scene where the boy ran 3 laps and then came over to stand at attention. Because it was the first day of military training, many students were not well prepared and only a few brought water. Someone still ran to ask the instructor if he could go out to buy some water. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, with admiration and expectation in their eyes. But when they saw the boy walking back dejectedly, everyone knew the answer. At this time, a girl approached their team. She looked pretty and was holding 2 bottles of water. Suddenly everyone's attention was drawn to it. This girl was obviously here to deliver water. Here. Bing bing. Zhao Fei stood up happily and shouted to the girl. When the girl saw Zhao Fei, she immediately walked over. Needless to say, this must be Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After Zhao Fei got the water, the girl said a few words to him and left. She is a student at a nearby technical college and her military training will not begin for a few days. Zhao Fei deliberately asked her to come and deliver water today just to pretend. At this moment, Zhao Fei felt very happy looking at the envious, jealous and hateful eyes of his classmates. After all, many people come here from other places to study, and there are indeed not many people who can find a girlfriend on the 3rd day of freshman year. At this time, Zhao Fei gave the water to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked up at Zhao Fei in surprise. Did he take the wrong medicine? Bring me some water? Classmate, I was a little too harsh yesterday. I apologize to you. I hope we can still be good classmates in the future. This bottle of water is my apology. Zhao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a sincere expression. Some students around knew what happened yesterday. Seeing Zhao Fei's good attitude at this time, they couldn't help but feel a sense of identity with Zhao Fei being the class monitor. Ding! The task of making Zhao Fei apologize has been completed. The mission reward has been placed on the bed in the host's dormitory. Wow! Isn't that the school beauty Jiang Xuewei? I heard that she is dating a freshman. Is Jiang Xuewei coming here to give her boyfriend some water? It must be. Oh, my heart is broken. At the entrance of the playground, there was a girl wearing a white long dress. She was extremely beautiful, like a fairy descending from heaven. The classmates on the playground looked at Jiang Xuewei and talked about her. All of them were curious about who her boyfriend was. The boy who was originally listless now looked energetic. Boss, is the Jiang University beauty here to bring you some water? Chen Xiao approached Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei, searching for Lin Chen everywhere, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This girl. I accept your apology, but I don't need the water. My girlfriend brought it to me. When Zhao Fei heard that Lin Chen accepted his apology, he immediately felt relieved. It doesn't matter whether you take his water or not, as long as you don't hold a grudge against him. No, boss, if you don't want me, I want it. Chen Xiao took the water from Zhao Fei, opened it and started drinking it. Lin Chen waved at Jiang Xuewei. What is Lin Chen doing? Want to attract the attention of the school beauty. What a pity. If school beauty Jiang didn't have a boyfriend, maybe it would be possible with Lin Chen's looks. The classmates watched Lin Chen's actions and discussed in low voices. Jiang Xuewei saw Lin Chen waving at her, her eyes lit up and she walked towards Lin Chen. Chapter 25 School Beauty Delivers Water. No way. Jiang Xuewei is really coming here. Isn't Lin Chen the boyfriend of Jiang Xuewei? Everyone was shocked as they watched Jiang Xuewei getting closer and closer. Aiken, drink some water tilde. Jiang Xuewei walked up to Lin Chen, handed him a glass of lemonade, and winked at him playfully. She just wanted to tell them in front of so many people that Lin Chen was her, Jiang Xuewei's boyfriend, and no one else could take him away. Lin Chen smiled gently and took the glass of lemonade from Jiang Xuewei. The turmoil caused by Jiang Xuewei also made many girls pay attention to Lin Chen, and Xiao Fei beside him. Wow! I just realized that there are 2 handsome guys in our class. What a pity. The school beauty got there first. How could I possibly beat her to the punch? Isn't there another one? The girls' eyes were shining as they looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Jiang Xuewei noticed the glances from the girls' team and held Lin Chen's hand like a protective child. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei's little action and smiled slightly, then held Jiang Xuewei's hand tighter. Everyone in Lin Chen's team was stunned. Compared with Jiang Xuewei, Fei's girlfriends are weak. Previously, he was still laughing at Lin Chen for being sentimental, but he didn't expect that the campus beauty of Jiang University was really his girlfriend. No, I heard that Jiang Xuehui's boyfriend drove a Ferrari AF90 to enroll in school. I woke up from my dying illness, and the clown turned out to be me. Everyone felt embarrassed. Okay, the break is over. Get up and continue training. Zhang Dezhui looked at Jiang Xuewei in amazement and shouted to the classmates sitting in the sun. Can't I rest for a few more minutes? My legs are almost broken. That's right, we are the future flowers of our motherland. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he listened to the complaints from people around him. Aiken, I'm leaving then. You train well. Jiang Xuewei touched Lin Chen's head and spoke earnestly like a little adult. I know, Lord Jiang Tilder. Jiang Xuewei pinched Lin Chen's face and turned to leave the playground. Instructor, I need to ask for leave. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Dezhui and said. Leave? What leave? Zhang Dazhu's face darkened when he heard this. What he hates most are students who are sneaky and play tricks. The company wants to open shares. The East Conference asked me to attend the meeting online. As Lin Chen spoke, he showed Zhang Dezhui the chat history between him and Liu Shu. Shareholders meeting? Isn't he just a rich second generation? He was already a shareholder in a company during his freshman year? Why does he seem so fake? I think so, too. Isn't this an excuse you made up just to be lazy and not want to train? That shouldn't be the case. After all, he drove a Ferrari to school. The classmates looked at Lin Chen and talked a lot. They were jealous that Lin Chen had a girlfriend who was a campus beauty and could deliver water to him, and now it seemed like they had found an outlet to vent. Lin Chen didn't care what his classmates said. But Chen Xiao and the other two were not happy. Just because you can't do it means that others can't do it. Our boss is the boss of Dahao. If you don't know, why don't you just stop talking nonsense? The boss of Dahao? If you say his father is the boss of Dahao, I might believe it, but you mean him. Besides, don't I know who the boss of Dahao is? I'm a frequent visitor to Dahao. At this time a man said disdainfully. His name is Lin Chenyu, and he is from another class. His father often takes him to Dahao for dinner, and he knows several shareholders of Dahao. His father Lin Xiangdong has a good relationship with Li Sangwu of Dahao. Could he be the boss of Dahao? What a joke! When everyone heard Lin Chenyu's words and saw that he was very confident, they looked at the three people with some suspicion, thinking that the three people were talking big. Indeed, Dahao is a high-end hotel frequented by the dignitaries in Qianfu City. Its market value is at least several billion. How could the owner be a freshman? Another person also echoed Lin Chenyu's words. Everyone became more and more certain that the three men were just bragging. Lin Chenyu became more and more proud. Just as Chen Xiao and Xie Wei were about to retort, Xiao Fei held them down. Will they believe you after all your explanations? It's better to see how the boss solves it. The two of them then gave up and looked at Lin Chenyu with a somewhat cold gaze. Zhang Dazhu looked at the chat history between Lin Chen and Liu Shu. Who is she? We are the secretary of the board of directors of our company. Lin Chen explained. Zhang Dezhui looked confused after hearing this. Secretary of the board of directors. What does that do? What's the name of your company? Penguin Computer Systems Incorporated. As soon as Lin Chen said this, the whole place fell silent. Xiao Fei and the other two also stared at Lin Chen with wide eyes, who had a calm expression. The boss is a penguin. A shareholder of the company. That's a lie, right? Xie Wei was a little uncertain. It shouldn't be the case. Do you think the boss would be so stupid with his personality? In front of so many people. Although Chen Xiao felt it was a bit sci-fi, he still chose to believe Lin Chen. Xiao Fei didn't say anything. He knew that Lin Chen had an unusual background, but he didn't expect that he was actually a shareholder of Penguin. But when did Penguin gain a new shareholder? Xiao Fei was a little confused. Har ha har ha. He said he's a shareholder of Penguin. Then I can only say that I'm Brother Pony. I am Qin Shi Wang. Send me money. Doesn't he have any idea of the size of Penguin? Does he think he can become a shareholder of Penguin just by driving a Ferrari SF90? Hey, he looks like a decent person, but he likes to brag so much. Lin Chen ignored these clowns and just looked at Zhang Dezhui anxiously. It's already 9:56 and the shareholders' meeting will be held at 10 o'clock. Jiang Xuewei was holding back his laughter as he looked at the handsome boy in front of him. Okay, go ahead, and remember to come back after the meeting. After all, Lin Chen told such a lie just to be lazy, and if he still didn't agree, it would seem unkind. Lin Chen nodded, put on his headphones, sat under the shade of a tree, and entered the Penguin conference. I said those three were just bragging, right? Dehao was fine, but now even Penguin has come out. Why doesn't he say he's the president of the United States? Lin Chen looked at Xiaofei and the other two and said with disdain. This caused a lot of laughter from the classmates. You? Chen Xiao couldn't control his temper on the spot, but fortunately he was stopped by Xiaowei and Xiaofei. If we fight during military training, we will probably be expelled from school. Of course, except Xiaofei. Everyone is here, so our online shareholders meeting will officially begin. Lin Chen looked at Martin displayed next to the speaker's microphone and knew who it was. This shareholders meeting is to welcome our new shareholder, Lin Chen. Shareholder Lin has acquired 10% of our Penguin shares, which means that shareholder Lin is the second largest shareholder of our Penguin. Does shareholder Lin want to say a few words? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Those who could attend the Penguin shareholders meeting were all internationally renowned companies and individuals. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. After all, he is just a freshman who suddenly got rich thanks to the system. Chapter 26 Online Shareholders Meeting. Lin Chen turned on the microphone. Then let me say a few words. I am very optimistic about the future of Penguin, so I joined Penguin. I am very happy to meet you all. Welcome Mr. Lin to join Penguin. Others also turned on their microphones and greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only say that if his English wasn't good enough, it would have been embarrassing. Mr. Lin, there will be a press conference later. Do you need to make your information public? Martin was extremely shocked when he first saw Lin Chen's identity information. The information shows that Lin Chen is a freshman at Suzhou University and his parents are ordinary workers. Where did he get such a huge amount of funds to acquire Penguin's shares? So he concluded that Lin Chen must be no simple person. At the same time, he was also worried that Lin Chen would affect his decision-making power over the company. Every shareholder signed an agreement with Martin, stating that they would not participate in the company's decision-making and would only enjoy the company's dividends. In this way, even if Martin's shares are less than 10%, he can still control the entire Penguin company. Therefore, he had to make Lin Chen sign the agreement as well, no matter what. Just mention it vaguely. I don't want to disturb my normal life. Lin Chen said indifferently. He doesn't like to keep a low profile. If you have power and strength, you should enjoy it. It may seem cool to play the pig and eat the tiger, but he doesn't like it. But he also didn't want his wonderful college life to be disturbed. After the meeting, Lin Chen received a friend request on his WeChat account. When he clicked on it, he saw that it was from Martin. Lin Chen thought about it and chose to agree. Mr. Lin, I have something I want to talk to you about. Lin Chen had a rough idea in his mind. Maybe he wants Lin Chen to sign a joint action agreement. Mr. Ma, I know what you want to say, but what can you give? Although they have the same interests and all want Penguin to develop, it is obviously impossible to get Lin Chen to sign an agreement with just one sentence. How about this? I'll come to Qinfu City tomorrow to discuss this with you in detail. Is that okay? Sure, but I need military training. Let's go to the Imperial Hotel tonight to discuss it in detail. Okay. I wish us a happy cooperation. Lin Chen put away his phone, stood up and walked towards the team. Oh. Penguin's major shareholder is back? How was the meeting going? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen jokingly and said in a sarcastic tone. The one who spoke, step out. Jiang Xuewei's face darkened. Don't you know you have to report before you speak? Go. Surround them. Run 3 laps around the playground. The smile on Lin Chen's face froze. After glaring at Lin Chen fiercely, he started running around the playground. You join the ranks. Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen again and said. Lin Chen nodded and returned to his seat. They were now teaching how to march. Chen Xiao was muttering softly while marching. Boss, are you really a shareholder of Penguin Company? Lin Chen nodded slightly as a response. Sit down and rest for 10 minutes. It just so happened that Jiang Xuewei took a break from blowing their whistle. Chen Xiao and the other two couldn't wait to come over and sit down. I am indeed a shareholder of Penguin. Do you think I am so stupid that I would use this to deceive people? Lin Chen looked at the three of them and explained with a wry smile. We didn't disbelieve you, we just thought it was too incredible and wanted to confirm it. Boss, you are a shareholder of Penguin, so can you change the matching mechanism of pesticide? It's really disgusting. Chen Xiao complained bitterly. It's not something I can change just because I say so. Lin Chen was speechless. My friend thought he needed my help with something, but ended up asking me to modify the matching mechanism. It's time for lunch and I can finally take a break. Boss, when did you acquire the shares of Penguin? How much do you control? Xiaofei finally said what he had been holding back for a long time. There is no way. Penguin's status is really high. It is one of the top 20 companies in the world and one of the best companies in China. It turns out that my college roommate is a shareholder of Penguin. It was acquired 2 days ago, accounting for 10% of the shares. Lin Chen said lightly. 10%. The three of them exclaimed at the same time, especially Xiaofei. His family was very powerful in Beijing, so he knew what it meant for Penguin to own 10% of the shares. Boss. Penguin's official website has announced it. It says that a new shareholder has joined Penguin. Chen Xiaogang took out his mobile phone and was about to search for Penguin's shareholders, and the first hot search result was Penguin's shareholders. Xiaofei and Xuewei hurried over to take a look. Frog fun. Really? And Lao Ma said it was a young man who just graduated from college. He owns 10% of the shares. Xuewei also screamed. The three of them looked at Lin Chen in surprise, who had a calm expression on his face. Now they are 100% sure that this person is their dormitory leader. Boss, you are really my idol. Chen Xiao hugged Lin Chen. Get out of my way. Isn't that disgusting? I haven't. Bend. Lin Chen pushed Chen Xiao away with disgust. Xuewei, who was about to make a move, withdrew his hands and rubbed them awkwardly. Aiken. As soon as the three of them walked out of the playground, Jiang Xuewei quietly walked behind Lin Chen and patted him on the shoulder. Xuewei, have you been waiting for me for a long time? Lin Chen gently grabbed Jiang Xuewei's hand. Jiang Xuewei felt a little shy when she saw the glances from people around her, but she still let Lin Chen hold her hand. No, I just arrived too. Jiang Xuewei stood beside Lin Chen and looked at Chen Xiao and the other two. This one is quite handsome, but unfortunately not as handsome as my Aiken. Jiang Xuewei was slightly surprised by Xiaofei's appearance. Lin Chen and Xiaofei both have very good looks, which cannot be concealed even when they are wearing military training uniforms. It's the kind that can be noticed at a glance in a crowd. With Jiang Xuewei also here, everyone around was attracted to look over. Seeing Jiang Xuewei looking at Xiaofei and the other two, Lin Chen smiled slightly and introduced them. This is Chen Xiao, this is Xuewei, and the one who is only slightly less handsome than me is Xiaofei. Hello. I'm Jiang Xuewei, Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Xuewei said generously, not feeling nervous just because she was Lin Chen's friend. Hello, sister-in-law. The three of them said in unison. Hello. Boss, the third brother and I are also in the appearance category, okay. Chen Xiao adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a showy manner. Yeah. Lin Chen answered perfunctorily. Boss, you and school beauty Jiang should go have dinner. Don't worry about the three of us. After Xiaofei greeted her, he just glanced at Jiang Xuewei. Although he is promiscuous, it does not mean that he would covet his brother's women, even if he once had thoughts about Jiang Xuewei. Not like some animals. Yes, boss. The three of us will leave first. You stay with your sister-in-law. Bye. Chen Xiao winked at Lin Chen and then pulled Xuewei and Xiaofei to the cafeteria. Your roommates are quite interesting, but why do they call you the boss? Jiang Xuewei burst into laughter, then looked at Lin Chen curiously. Because I'm older than them. So careless. The two of them talked and laughed along the way, making their classmates envious. If I can make Jiang Xiaohua my girlfriend, and let me drive a luxury car and live in a luxury house, I would be willing to do that. You? Go back and take a nap. You can dream about anything. Chapter 27, Take more Shenhao tablets. It has been the third day since Lin Chen came to school, and he has not eaten a meal at school. Aiken, that braised chicken is really delicious. I'll take you there. Jiang Xuewei pointed excitedly at the window where there was a long queue. Good. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Luckily I got to the last few copies. Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen found a seat with their plates and sat down. Jiang Xuewei said with lingering fear. It's normal for freshmen to enroll. Lin Chen said softly. I'm going to take a call. The two were eating and chatting and laughing when Jiang Xuewei called. Lin Chen nodded. Hey, Mom, what's up? I'm eating. Jiang Xuewei said in a sweet voice as soon as she answered the phone. What? Okay. I'll be right back. After Jiang Xuewei hung up the phone, her face looked a little unhappy. What happened? Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and looked at Jiang Xuewei. Something happened at home. I have to go back. I'll leave first. Have a good training this afternoon. Jiang Xuewei said as she stood up and picked up the plate. Can I help you? No, it's just a small matter. Okay, then be careful on the road. I know. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Xuewei's receding figure without thinking much about it. While eating, Lin Chen was thinking about whether he should find a personal secretary. After all, there are more and more things to do in the company, and I, a half-baked person, will definitely not be able to handle them well. After Lin Chen made the decision, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Liu Shu. Secretary Liu, do you know any good personal secretaries? I want to hire one. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood up, poured his meal and returned to the dormitory. Liu Shu was busy over there. When she heard the notification tone of her cell phone, she picked it up and saw that it was from Lin Chen. She did not dare to neglect it. Looking for a personal secretary. Do you need to ask me for this kind of thing? Logically speaking, he should have a top-notch personal secretary behind him, right? Liu Shu couldn't help but think to herself as she looked at the message sent by Lin Chen. But it's a good thing this way, as it just so happens that one of my nephews has terminated his contract with his previous employer, and his abilities in all aspects should be worthy of shareholder Lin's liking. Moreover, if she could establish a relationship with Lin Chen, it would be very beneficial for both her and her nephew. Then may I ask what Director Lin requires of a personal secretary? I don't have any requirements, as long as you have outstanding abilities, we can discuss the salary later. I have a nephew who is very capable and is also known as a top-notch secretary in the circle. Do you want to get to know him? Okay, send the information over. Liu Shu said secretly. Done. She was still very confident in her nephew's abilities. So he sent his nephew's information to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was lying on the bed here, and Chen Xiao and the others had already fallen asleep. And because of the rewards from the system, he still has plenty of energy. Liu Hai, graduated from the finance department of Beijing University of Finance and Economics, worked as the personal secretary of the chairman of Jiangbei Sunshine Group. Lin Chen was very satisfied looking at the resume. I picked up my phone and searched for Jiangbei Sunshine Group. It is one of the top 500 companies in China. Although it is a little behind, it can prove that the ability of this man named Liu Hai should be very outstanding. Okay, let's go with him. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll have him contact you right away. Liu Shu was a little excited and quickly called her nephew. Do you know the new shareholder of Penguin Company? Liu Shu went straight to the point. I know, Auntie, what's wrong? When Liu Hai heard Liu Shu calling to ask this, he was a little confused, but then he thought, could it be? He asked me to help introduce a personal secretary, so I sent your information to him. What did Mr. Lin say? Liu Hai said a little nervously. This is a very valuable opportunity for him. Even if he terminates his contract with Lin Chen in the end, he will not worry about his future with this resume. Director Lin is quite satisfied. I've sent you Director Lin's phone number on Chaoshan. Please add him. Liu Shu said with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. I'll add it right away. Liu Hai suddenly became excited and said in an excited tone. Originally, he was ready to accept an invitation from a city-level company, but he didn't expect that with the help of his aunt's relationship, he could make such a big move. This Mr. Lin has an extraordinary background. You must be very careful when doing things around him. As the saying goes, being with the emperor is like being with a tiger. Liu Shu still reminded Liu Hai. Don't worry, auntie, you don't know my abilities yet. Liu Hai said confidently. Okay, then you go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to hang up now. Okay, auntie, I'll come see you when I have time. Liu Hai put down the phone, tried to calm his excited heart, and began to learn about Lin Chen's information and the situation of the penguin. And here, Lin Chen has already started the afternoon military training. Boss, you seem like a different person. How come your physical strength has improved so much? After Chen Xiao finished the warm-up exercises Zhang Dazhu mentioned, panting, he looked at Lin Chen in confusion, who had barely sweated. Take more Shenhao tablets. Lin Chen said lightly. What? This sentence made Chen Xuewei and Xiao Fei speechless. Lin Chen noticed that the man named Lin Chenyu looked at Lin Chen strangely. Lin Chenyu felt a little panicked, very panicked. Lin Chen had just said that he was a shareholder of Penguin, but at noon the official Penguin announced that Penguin had a new young shareholder who had just entered college. Are there really such coincidences in this world? When it was time for a break, Lin Chenyu finally couldn't help but run over to ask Lin Chen. What evidence do you have to prove that you are a shareholder of Penguin? Lin Chen and three others were chatting and felt a little puzzled when they heard what was said. Why should I prove it to you? Lin Chen looked at Lin Chenyu and said lightly. When Lin Chenyu heard this, he felt that Lin Chen must have gotten the news early from somewhere and was just making a big fuss about it. Are you afraid that I will dismantle your lies? Lin Chenyu sneered. Other students gathered around to join in the fun. Lin Chenyu, are you sick? Do we need to prove to you whether our boss is a shareholder of Penguin? What? Do you want to lick our boss? Har ha 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 ha. There was laughter all around. Chen Xiao's tongue is still as poisonous as ever. Just one sentence made Lin Chenyu so angry that he went crazy. Your name is Chen Xiao, right? Just wait for me. You'd better not leave the school these few days, otherwise I will make you kneel on the ground and call me daddy. Lin Chenyu looked at Chen Xiao with a grim tone. The thing Master Chen, fear least is threats, you elementary school student. Chen Xiao was not afraid at all and continued to attack closely. Lin Chen and his companions, who were originally sitting, suddenly stood up. Several people behind Lin Chenyu also came forward, looking like they were ready to fight if they had a disagreement. Lin Chenyu. Lin Chen remembered the name in his mind, and when the personal secretary arrived, these things would be handed over to him. Hey, look, is that team over there going to have a fight? So brave? Fighting during freshman military training? Aren't you afraid of being punished? People from other teams also noticed it and watched the excitement from the sidelines. What are you doing? All of you, disperse. Chapter 28. You can have only one girlfriend. Jiang Xuewei didn't expect that just because he went to the toilet, his team almost caused such a big incident. If the chief instructor knew about this, I would definitely be punished. Thinking of this, Jiang Xuewei became furious. Those who are ready to fight, all come out. The rest of you should stand at attention for half an hour. Jiang Xuewei had a cold face and called Lin Chen and Lin Chenyu out of the team separately. After learning what happened, Zhang Dazhu looked at Lin Chenyu. From the sound of your voice, you still want to find someone to deal with me after school. No, it's just a joke between classmates. Lin Chenyu smiled awkwardly. He also didn't want to be punished for this matter. There were many rich second generations in Suzhou University, and it would not look good if the news got out. What kind of society is this now? Do you really think that in our time, a beating would be enough? We are all adults now, we should think twice before we act. Zhang Dazhu sighed. Don't worry, instructor. We can't say such stupid things. Chen Xiao said with a smile, making Lin Chen and the other two almost laugh out loud. Lin Chenyu and others gritted their teeth but did not dare to refute. To be honest, Jiang Xuewei doesn't want to care about these problem teenagers. He thinks they will behave themselves after experiencing the beatings of society. As long as they don't cause any trouble this week, they can do whatever they want. Return to the team. After returning to the dormitory, Xiao Fei and the other two started rushing to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Xuewei. When he came to think of it later, he always felt that something was wrong. Xuewei, why did your uncle and aunt ask you to go back? After sending the message, Lin Chen saw a friend verification message on his phone, which should be from Liu Hai, so he chose to agree. Director Lin, my name is Liu Hai. You can just call me Xiao Hai from now on. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the message. As expected of a personal secretary, this news makes me feel very comfortable. Okay, Xiao Hai, bring the contract here tomorrow morning. Then Martin will talk to me tomorrow and you can come along. Liu Hai was stunned when he saw the message. He was fully prepared to answer all of Lin Chen's questions, but he passed just like that. Without having time to think, Liu Hai quickly replied. Finally, we agreed to sign the contract at the Dahao Hotel at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Then between 9 and 10 o'clock, Martin will also come over. Lin Chen and Liu Hai discussed the details of the contract. The content asked him to read more information about Penguin Company and we stopped talking. Seeing that the last message on the chat page with Jiang Xuewei was sent by himself, Lin Chen had a bad feeling. He picked up his phone and called Jiang Xuewei. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Chen panicked. Lin Chen was just about to call Dong Fang to ask him to help look up Jiang Xuewei's address when Jiang Xuewei called back. Lin Chen let out a long sigh. What's the matter, Aiken? Lin Chen could tell that Jiang Xuewei sounded very tired. Xuewei, what happened? Lin Chen tried his best to make his tone sound gentle. It's nothing. Don't worry, Aiken. I'll be back to school in a few days. I can't accompany you these few days, so you are not allowed to look for other girls outside. Jiang Xuewei looked fierce, but Lin Chen always felt that she was hiding something. Okay, give me Senior Tang's contact information. If I can't contact you, I can at least ask Senior Tang. Well, okay, I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first. Lin Chen heard a loud noise coming from Jiang Xuewei's end, and Jiang Xuewei hung up the phone in a hurry. After a while, Jiang Xuewei sent a recommended contact. Who are you? Senior Tang, I am Lin Chen. Tang Wanner was a little confused. Why would Xuewei's man add me? It's you, what's up, Komodo-senpai? Are you going to introduce a man to me? Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. Do you know where Xuewei's home is? Something seems to have happened at her home, and she refuses to tell me. I want to go and see. Jiang Xuewei left in a hurry. When Tang Wanner asked her what happened, she just vaguely said that something happened at home. Now that Yi Chen mentioned it, it seemed that something was indeed wrong. Tang Wanner thought about it and sent Yi Chen an address. This is Xuewei's home address. Do you need me to go with you? No need, Senior, I can go by myself. All right. Lin Chen looked at the address in his phone. Jintang. Lin Chen told Martin and Liu Hai about the situation, set the time to the third day, then changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Boss, are you going out to look for the school beauty Jiang? Chen Xiao winked at Lin Chen. I have something to do. I'll be back tomorrow night. Lin Chen nodded. Xie Wei and Xiao Fei went downstairs to buy food, but Chen Xiao didn't go downstairs, saying that his feet hurt. Then you need to ask for leave from your counselor and instructor, right? Although Chen Xiao was surprised, he did not ask much, but just gave a reminder. Lin Chen felt a headache after hearing this. I really can't find any reason to ask for leave. Forget it, I might as well just quit. Lin Chen made up his mind and went downstairs directly, driving the Lamborghini Veneno out of the campus. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at Jiang Xuewei's residential area. Their community consists of bungalows with only 1 or 2 floors, and they should have been allocated by the government after it occupied the land. As soon as Lin Chen's car drove into the community, it attracted many people's attention. It's a small place, so you'd never see such luxury cars there. After Lin Chen got off the car, several good-looking girls came over with red faces and asked for his trust. Lin Chen rejected them one by one. I have a girlfriend. You can't just have one girlfriend. One of the girls said something shocking. There is no way to deal with Lin Chen. Forget it, forget it. Do you know where Jiang Xuewei lives? Jiang Xuewei? I know. Are you her boyfriend? The girls were a little disappointed when they heard this. If it was Jiang Xuewei, they would indeed not be as good as her. Yes, can you tell me where her home is? Lin Chen is very polite. Although Tang Wanner told him the address, the house number was indeed difficult to find. I know, but you probably can't find her. She should be in the hospital, right? One of the girls said. Didn't she go to school in the city? Why is she in the hospital again? The other girls said with some confusion. I heard from my dad that her father seemed to be ill and needed a large sum of money. The girl shook her head with some pity. Can you tell me which hospital it is? Lin Chen asked anxiously. It's at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen thanked him and got back in the car, following the navigation system and heading to the hospital. It's good to be pretty. And to have such a rich boyfriend. This car must be worth several million, right? The girl who told Lin Chen the situation sighed as she watched the poison going away. Indeed, with her boyfriend here, at least her father won't have to worry about medical expenses, right? Chapter 29. I must have the surgery first. Lin Chen followed the navigation in a hurry and came to Jintang County First People's Hospital. Xuewei, I'm here to see you. After Lin Chen parked the car, he sent a message to Jiang Xuewei. Huh? How do you know where I am? Tang Xuejie told me, I'm already downstairs at the hospital, please come down and pick me up. Okay. I'll be there right away. After Lin Chen sent the message, he stood at the hospital gate waiting. Not long after, Jiang Xuewei came down. Her eyes turned red when she saw Lin Chen. She ran over and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen touched Jiang Xuewei's head with some heartache. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Jiang Xuewei raised her head, her nose twitching in grievance. I just don't want to trouble you. You still have military training. Yes, don't you have to go to military training tomorrow? It's okay, I asked for leave. In order not to make Jiang Xuewei worry, Lin Chen lied. Come on, take me to see how uncle is doing. Lin Chen quickly changed the subject. The two of them standing here attracted a lot of attention. After all, if they weren't behaving so intimately, someone would probably come up and ask for their contact information. My dad is still receiving a blood transfusion in the intensive care unit. My mom called me today. It turns out that Jiang Haitao is Jiang Xuewei's father. He is the contractor of the construction site, but he only has a dozen people under him. There was a problem at the construction site today, so Jiang Haitao didn't even have time to eat breakfast and went straight to the construction site. I was busy until noon and even ate 2 or 3 popsicles because it was so hot. After a while, he started vomiting blood, spitting out blood continuously from his mouth. This frightened the workers, and they immediately called 120 and Jiang Xuewei's mother Jiang Minute. When Jiang Minute and a group of relatives anxiously arrived at the intensive care unit, they saw Jiang Haitao covered in blood and unconscious. Jiang Minute collapsed and sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Then he called Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Minute didn't dare tell Jiang Xuewei's grandparents because they were old. How is uncle now? Lin Chen's heart tightened. Although he didn't know much about medicine, he could tell how critical the situation was from the blood gushing out of his mouth. Jiang Xuewei's voice was choked with sobs, and her red eyes made Lin Chen feel distressed. The doctor said that he kept looking for. We don't know where the bleeding point is, and the hospital's blood bank is already running out of blood. We are now holding a meeting to discuss surgery to give it a try. Jiang Xuewei couldn't continue speaking and she hugged Lin Chen with tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Lin Chen, what would I do if my dad was gone? Lin Chen kept patting Jiang Xuewei's back. Don't worry, Xuewei, uncle will be fine. We have to trust the doctor. Jiang Xuewei took a long time to calm down. She had been trying hard not to cry and pretended to be strong. Her mother is now at a loss, and now she is her mother's pillar of support. Now that Lin Chen was by her side, Jiang Xuewei was able to vent her anger. Jiang Xuewei wiped the tears from her face. She didn't want her mother to know that she had cried. Come on, I'll take you to see my mother. Jiang Xuewei forced a smile and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took Jiang Xuewei's hand. At this moment, Jiang Minute was outside the intensive care unit, looking through the glass at Jiang Haitao, who was vomiting blood and receiving blood transfusions to stay alive. Her tears had almost dried up. Because Jiang Haitao loves his wife and children very much and does everything by himself, Jiang Minute feels like the sky has fallen when she loses her backbone. Mom, this is my boyfriend. He heard about my dad's situation and came over to see me. Jiang Xuewei put her hand on Jiang Min's shoulder and introduced her with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Minute looked at Lin Chen. "Hello, auntie? I'm Lin Chen. Uncle will be fine." Lin Chen bowed towards Jiang Minute. Jiang Minute just nodded at Lin Chen, and then looked at Jiang Haitao in the intensive care unit. At this time, several doctors in white coats came over. Jiang Xuewei and Jiang Minute came over after seeing this. Seeing this, Lin Chen also walked over. "Doctor, what's going on? Can my husband still be saved?" Jiang Minute looked at the doctors in front of him with a somewhat excited tone. "After a meeting, we decided to make a last-ditch effort, but we cannot guarantee that we will be able to save him. You, as the family members, must be mentally prepared for this." Upon hearing this, Jiang Minute felt as if all her strength was drained away and she almost fell. Fortunately, Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen beside her supported her in time. "Doctor, please save my dad," Jiang Xuewei said with sobs. "We will do our best." The doctor who led the nodded. "Please sign this form, otherwise we won't dare to perform the operation." The doctor then took out a piece of paper and handed it to several people. Informed consent for surgery. The three of them knew what it was after just a quick glance. Jiang Minute looked at the paper and tried to suppress her grief as she prepared to sign it, but Jiang Xuewei got there first. "Mom, I'm an adult too, let me do it," Jiang Xuewei said with red eyes. "Good." The leading doctor held the signed form and spoke to the doctors and nurses beside him. "Prepare for surgery." Upon hearing this, the doctors and nurses immediately took action. "Director Zhu, this is bad. There is only one operating room available, but the patient with kidney stones insists on having surgery immediately." A female nurse walked over quickly and said anxiously. "What? There's only one operating room vacant." The leading doctor's face darkened when he heard this. Jiang Haitao's condition has become extremely critical, and he is fighting against death every minute and every second. How long will the fastest other operating rooms take? Director Lin said in a deep voice. "The fastest one will probably take 20 minutes. Then tell the patient with kidney stones to wait for 20 minutes. I'll go and negotiate. Send this patient directly to the operating room." Director Lin made the decision immediately. Every doctor should know the priorities of things. Performing kidney stone surgery earlier or later will not have any impact on the condition. "Thank you, Director Zhu." "Thank you, Director Zhu." Jiang Min's eyes welled up with tears when she heard this, and she wanted to kneel down to the doctor on the spot. The same is true for Jiang Xuewei. Director Lin quickly helped the two of them up. "This is what I should do. Mr. Shen's surgery can't be delayed any longer. You guys go outside and wait." After Director Lin finished speaking, several doctors packed up and pushed the bed to the operating room. The three of them hurriedly followed. "I don't care. I have to do the surgery first. I make hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying my company's work?" As soon as they left the intensive care unit, they heard a man's arrogant voice. Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man in hospital gown who was pointing at a young nurse and scolding her. At this time, the uncle also saw a few people. "You can't leave. I have to have the surgery first." Chapter 30 Donation of 10 million. The uncle ran over and blocked the bed to prevent them from going to the operating room. Several doctors and nurses could only stop helplessly. "I already made an appointment for this surgery last week. Why should I let others queue ahead of me? Don't you know what first come first served means?" The uncle yelled at the doctors like a cat with its fur standing on end. While speaking, he looked at Lin Chen and the others with contempt. Suddenly he noticed Jiang Xuewei and his eyes widened. Jiang Xuewei felt the uncle's undisguised gaze, looked at him with disgust, and hid behind Lin Chen. The uncle looked at Lin Chen with contempt and some envy. "Mr. Cao, we have explained the specific situation. This patient's condition is very critical. I hope you can understand." Director Lin walked out and stood in front of the uncle surnamed Cao and said apologetically, "I can't understand it. Isn't my time just time?" Cao Jinlong is the boss of a large local building materials company. In recent years, as Jintang has developed rapidly, he has made a lot of money from dividends. Recently a real estate company was planning to order construction materials, and after getting the news he planned to go and discuss it in a few days. This was a big deal and he couldn't miss it. The sooner the better, otherwise it will be easy for other companies to take it over. Director Lin. The patient is vomiting blood again. Several doctors began to change blood bags and perform blood transfusions in a hurry. Brother, please let my husband have the surgery first. My husband is dying. Jiang Minute was a little overwhelmed when she saw Jiang Haitao vomiting blood again. She cried and was about to kowtow to Cao Jinlong. Mom, don't do this. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei pulled Jiang Minute up with red eyes. It's not impossible to let you have the surgery. Cao Jinlong stroked his chin and looked at Jiang Xuewei meaningfully. Everyone immediately understood Cao Jinlong's idea. Send the patient directly to the operating room, Mr. Cao. If you want to sue me, go ahead. Director Lin knew that Jiang Haitao had no time to waste, and the most urgent thing was to perform surgery immediately to find the bleeding source. Upon hearing this, several doctors and nurses did not hesitate and pushed the bed directly towards the operating room. Jiang Xuewei and Jiang Minute, mother and daughter, also followed. Lin Chen was worried that Cao Jinlong would do something out of line to the young director Lin, so he stayed. Ding! Congratulations to their host for triggering the system task. Donate 10 million to Jintang County First People's Hospital. Reward, Rongtou Real Estate. 30% of the company's shares. The system never issues tasks without reason, which means that this man named Cao Jinlong must have some connection with Rongtou Real Estate. Seeing this, Cao Jinlong laughed instead of getting angry. Walk up to Director Lin and look at the badge on his body. Director Lin Yilin, right? Just wait for me. Cao Jinlong looked at Lin Yi with a somewhat cold expression. This kind of dog that doesn't bark will bite people instead. Okay, Mr. Cao, if everything is fine, I will go for surgery. Lin Yi was not afraid of Cao Jinlong's threat at all. After saying something politely, he hurried to the operating room. Lin Chen found a young nurse and asked where the dean was. After knowing the purpose of his visit, the young nurse looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion, but still took Lin Chen there. Cao Jinlong spat on the ground, took out his cell phone and made a call. Yes, find some media here, I want to expose this hospital. After hanging up, he looked in the direction of the operating room with a sneer, and then returned to his ward. Arriving at the door of the dean's office, the young nurse knocked a few times. A powerful voice came from inside the door. Come in. After hearing this, the young nurse quietly opened the door and walked in with Lin Chen. Director, this gentleman said he wanted to donate to the hospital, so I brought him to see you. The young nurse explained. Upon hearing this, the dean looked away from the computer and looked at Lin Chen. So young? Is this an excuse to meet me? Although I have some doubts, I still want to confirm it. Xiaofang, go and get busy first. The nurse named Xiaofang heard this, nodded, and left the office. Excuse me, sir, how much would you like to donate to our hospital? The dean guessed at this time that this young man might donate tens of thousands of dollars at most, and then ask him for help. It's not much. I'll just donate 10 million. Lin Chen said lightly. Oh, 10 million. The dean looked at Lin Chen, whose expression was calm, and spoke subconsciously. Du, Juoshao. 10 million. The dean stood up excitedly at this time. Jintang County First People's Hospital has always wanted to purchase an additional MIR device, but one device costs several million or tens of millions. If the young people in front of them were really willing to donate 10 million yuan, it would solve a big problem for them. Yes, 10 million. Lin Chen said affirmatively. Then may I ask what conditions you have, sir? The dean spoke tentatively. This situation does exist. Many donations come with conditions. It is called a donation, but in fact it is just an exchange of interests. I don't have any conditions. Lin Chen shook his head. The dean became even more suspicious upon hearing this, thinking that the young man in front of him was just trying to amuse him. The dean took out a letter of intent and asked Lin Chen to fill it out. After Lin Chen quickly filled out the form, he transferred 10 million to the financial account of the hospital that the dean mentioned. It wasn't until the finance department called the dean and said that a sum of 10 million had suddenly arrived in the account that the dean finally believed it. Thank you so much. On behalf of Jintang County First People's Hospital, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Lin. System task, Donate 10 million to Jintang County First People's Hospital completed. System rewards have been issued. The dean bowed to Lin Chen excitedly. Lin Chen couldn't bear the greeting from a respected and venerable hospital director, so he quickly dodged. It's okay, Dean. This is just a small token of my support for our hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery, and I have to go accompany her. Lin Chen said after helping the dean up. Oh? Could you please tell me the patient's name? The dean asked hurriedly. It just so happened that he didn't know how to thank Lin Chen. My name is Jiang Xuewei. We were just discussing this patient in the meeting. His condition is very serious. How about this, I will go with you, Mr. Lin. Good. The dean then took Lin Chen to the operating room. The doctors and nurses along their way looked curiously at Lin Chen, who was beside the dean. Who is this person? He can have the dean accompany him, and he is so young. I guess it's because of his high social status. Several young nurses were discussing in a low voice. When Lin Chen and the other person walked to the door of the operating room, they saw Jiang Xuewei and Jiang Minute sitting at the door of the operating room, with Jiang Min's head resting on Jiang Xuewei's shoulder. The two of them put their hands together and prayed continuously that the operation would be successful. The prayers in the hospital are more sincere than those in the church. Auntie, Xuewei. Lin Chen walked over and shouted. Hearing this, the two looked up at Lin Chen, with Jiang Xuewei's face showing a hint of reproach. It seemed as if he was blaming Lin Chen for disappearing so suddenly and for so long. Chapter 31. The operation was successful. Let me introduce you. This is the director of the hospital. Lin Chen smiled apologetically at Jiang Xuewei, then introduced the dean. Upon hearing this, Jiang Minute and Jiang Xuewei both fixed their eyes on the dean. Hello, please rest assured, Director Lin, the surgeon in charge, is one of the best doctors in our hospital. This operation will definitely be a complete success. The dean looked at Jiang Minute and Jiang Xuewei and smiled comfortingly. That's good, that's good. Jiang Minute murmured to himself, feeling a little relieved. Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen and the dean with gratitude. He knew that the dean must have come back because of Lin Chen. Dean, may I ask why you are here? Jiang Minute asked. Oh, I heard that Mr. Lin's girlfriend's father was having surgery, so I came to take a look. The dean smiled kindly. But the situation in the operating room at this moment was extremely thrilling. Director Lin. I can't find the bleeding point. Ichisuke was sweating profusely. The lens was full of red, and after washing it was covered in red again, and it was completely impossible to find the red at all. Open up the abdomen. Director Lin gritted his teeth. The moment the stomach was cut open, blood pressure dropped rapidly. My blood pressure is now over 50. It's a bit low. Quickly expand capacity. Speed up blood transfusion. As a last resort, another doctor had to use squeezing to speed up the blood transfusion. A few minutes later, Jiang Haitau's blood pressure finally came back up. 10 minutes later. Found it. Director Lin spoke with a little excitement. Finally, an ulcer wound with a diameter of about 1 centimeter was found in the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later. The three glowing red words, in surgery, on the operating room screen dimmed. The operation is over. The three of them stood up at once and waited nervously for news at the door. The dean had already gone back to deal with things. After all, as the dean, he was in charge of such a large hospital. Not long after, the door opened. Director Lin walked out with a tired look on his face and took off his mask. The operation was a success. His life is no longer in danger and he should be able to be transferred to a general ward in a few days. Director Lin said with a smile. He enjoyed the feeling of saving a life, and he was fascinated by the feeling that even the god of hell could not do anything to him. After hearing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Minute held Jiang Xuewei's hand and kept thanking Director Lin. Because he had just undergone such a major surgery, he needed to stay in the intensive care unit for a few more days for observation before being transferred to the general ward. However, family members are not allowed to visit the intensive care unit except during designated hours. The three of them looked through the glass outside for a while and then prepared to leave. Because of this, Jiang Minute and Jiang Xuewei didn't even have lunch. Jiang Xuewei hadn't finished her lunch yet. And now it's time for dinner. Mom, let's go eat first. I'm starving. After the big stone in her heart fell to the ground, Jiang Xuewei's tone couldn't help but become a little cheerful. She was in agony during these few hours, fearing that her father would not be able to be saved. Only then did Jiang Minute have the time and mood to look at Lin Chen. After all, my daughter has never been in a relationship since she was a child. At this moment, I just feel that the good cabbages I raised were eaten by pigs. Lin Chen is a handsome man, and judging from the dean's attitude just now, it is clear that Lin Chen is extraordinary. Looking at Lin Chen, he felt somewhat satisfied, but when choosing a son-in-law, one cannot just look at his appearance and background, one also has to consider his character. Still need to investigate. Jiang Minute couldn't help but think inwardly. Why is my mother-in-law staring at me? Lin Chen's heart beat fast when Jiang Minute looked at him. Even though he had a special status now, the natural sense of oppression from his mother-in-law made Lin Chen feel suffocated in an instant. Xiao Lin, right? You haven't had dinner yet. How about going to your aunt's house for dinner? Jiang Minute invited. Okay, thank you, auntie. Jiang Minute, who had returned to normal at this time, made Lin Chen feel a little embarrassed. Mom, Aiken and I will go buy some groceries, and we will cook for you in the evening. Jiang Xuewei knew that Lin Chen could cook when she chatted with him on the phone before, and she also heard from Lin Chen that his cooking skills were pretty good. Just saying this gave Lin Chen an opportunity to perform. Okay. Let's try Xiaolin's cooking tonight. Mom will go back first, you have to take good care of Xiaolin. Jiang Minute smiled, nodded and instructed. I know, Mom Tilda. Auntie, how are you going to get home? How about I give you a ride? Lin Chen asked hurriedly. My mom drove here. Besides, your 2 cars are supercars. How can you take 3 people back? Jiang Xuewei rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Lin Chen touched his head awkwardly. Good. It seems like. Jiang Minute really grasped the key point. A supercar? Or 2? Then the family conditions are indeed very good, and Xuewei can have a good material life. Then what needs to be examined later is the character. The 3 of them went to the parking lot together. When Jiang Minute saw Lin Chen's car, she couldn't help but be greatly surprised. There is no other reason, it's just that she is so beautiful. Jiang Minute seemed to have only seen this kind of door opening in short videos. It seemed to be called a butterfly door. This kind of car must cost at least several million. At this time, a security guard came over from the side. Said with a bitter face. Little brother, this car is yours. Your car is too expensive. A car worth nearly 100 million is parked here. Even if you are at ease, we dare not be at ease. It turned out that the security guard saw a sports car parked here, so he searched it out of curiosity. The search turned out to be worth nearly 100 million yuan. There are only a dozen of them in the world. It gave him a fright. If someone else bumps into it and the culprit is not found, wouldn't he, as the security guard, be held responsible? He had no choice but to stay by the car like a bodyguard. Thanks for your hard work, bro. Lin Chen smiled apologetically, took a pack of Chinese snacks from the car and handed them to the security guard. He bought these packs of cigarettes in the supermarket before coming here. He didn't know whether Jiang Haitao smoked or not, but he still bought a few packs just in case. The security guard then smiled happily. It's okay, it's okay. I'll get busy now. Xiao Lin, how much is this car? Jiang Minute swallowed hard and asked uncertainly. Lin Chen felt helpless. If he had known this earlier, he would have bought a Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. It feels so pretentious to say in front of Jiang Xuewei's mother that this car was sold for more than 90 million yuan at that time and is now sold for over 100 million yuan. He could only look at Jiang Xuewei tentatively. Seeing Jiang Xuewei nod, Lin Chen spoke. Auntie, this car should be worth more than 100 million now. What? Over 100 million? Jiang Minute was stunned and couldn't help but count how many zeros there were in his mind. A 0. 2 zeros. 3 zeros. 4 zeros. Jiang Minute just felt a little dizzy from being hit by countless zeros. Very good, very good. Jiang Minqiang forced a smile. She now feels as if her daughter is the pig.